Hello. Hey, can you hear me? Testing. Hello. What are we doing tonight? That's a good question. But I assume I'm pronouncing your name right. Dear Learn. Do you have like a little nickname? Because I don't want to butcher your name. But we are doing tonight some tarot, obviously, and I'd like to welcome you, Wayne. Hi, Wayne. Nice to meet you. But yeah, today I am tuning my energy with the universe. I'm getting into a new area of tarot where I don't want to know your questions just yet. Like, if you have a question, I have a particular method to where I don't want you to tell me your question because I don't want it to taint, or not taint, but more like um, sort of like fall into a cold reading and stuff like that. I don't want it to be looking like that. Like, I want to be able to use the universe to help learn your energy, to learn what your question is about, and then see what the universe has to say about what you want to have clarification on. Let's see here. You worried about a female friend? Yeah. Just by saying that, I'm already getting some shivers here. So let's see here. I got two decks here. I have my original Raider White and my Angel Tarot cards, and I have a pretty good connection with both of them. And let's see here. Now, as I'm trying to figure out which deck to use, just listen to my voice. I want you to just close your eyes, bring yourself to some peace, and imagine that you are standing at the foot of a lake. The lake is calm. It has like a mirrored reflection. You can see the trees and everything. It looks beautiful. And when you look at your hand, you see a small pebble. That pebble is your question or the issue or the thing that you need clarification on. That lake is the universe, and I want you to throw that pebble into the lake. And as you see the pebble hit that lake, it's going to create ripples. And that ripples is the energy of that question. And you're using the universe as our way of communicating to each other. So really concentrate on that and throw your pebble into the lake while I figure out which decks we're going to be using here. Yeah, definitely we're going to be using my Angel deck, which is really good for emotional relationships, things like that, spiritual. So keep focusing on that because I'm really feeling the energy coming to me right now. It's almost like a small little anxiety almost. I'm not sure if this is what you're projecting, but we'll see what's going to happen here. Okay, so let me see. Let me make sure I get this in the right order. Yes. So the first thing that I'm feeling here, and this is really feeling a lot of attention here. First, we have the Four of Water. And let's not pay too much attention to these descriptions here. Oh, wow, you're a Capricorn, and you're... Oh, wow, my birth year is January as well. You're actually 10 years younger than I am. She's a Leo. Okay, yeah, it can definitely help. Let's see here. The Four of Water is really related to the cups. And usually when we look at the four, usually that's like a number of stability. But usually, at least with the story that's being told with the Four of Water or the Four of Cups, usually that kind of leads to, like an emotional boredom, where these emotions, these ideas are keeping fed into this, or whatever this thing is. And now we're coupling this with the Six of Earth, which happens to be reversed, and the Earth is actually um, in relation to the Pentacles. Now, these two, it kind of, the reason why I'm kind of struggling with this, because you have the way how I read this, we have the water and then we have the earth. And then, so right now we are adding water to earth, and usually that water evaporates into earth. Like usually when you water a plant, the water immediately goes down into the earth and it feeds it and stuff like that. But the Six of Earth is about like a charity, right? Especially when it comes to like money and things like that. I feel, or at least what my feelings are saying here, and we have the Queen of Water reversed as well. We're definitely dealing with some emotions here. I have the Six of Earth here sitting in the middle, and it's being surrounded by all this water. And by adding all this emotion to this Earth card, I feel like things are getting muddy here. Now, as far as it being about, I'm not sure if it's really about money, but it's more like opportunity that I'm feeling here. Yeah, definitely Earth needs that water. But I think we're adding too much water to this right now. Let me get more advice from the universe here. So, all right. So, continuing on this path here in terms of what we're trying to figure out, we have the Chariot, which is usually about like, taking action with a path, a journey. But this journey is not lasting that long. It's kind of a short journey. And we also have the Ace of Fire. Now the fire is related to the wands, and ace being like the starting point. Now the wands, or like just the fire, like we think about passion, both money and opportunity. Yeah. So I think that's what we're seeing here. At least this is what the cards are telling me too. And as mentioned, and forgive me for not responding right away to your chat, because I'm focusing a lot on the cards. And like I said, I want to be able to feel that energy from you before I look at the chat, to where, you start giving me some information. And, and please tell me if I'm wrong as well. I'm okay with you telling me if I'm wrong or if it doesn't make any sense, because we're here to work together on this. So now we have the Ace of Fire. This is like a starting point. And with my feelings with this fire, and I'm touching this right now. Fire, if we look at it, the fire expands out, right? And this is a very fast acting. But with this right here, I feel this is a very gentle fire. I feel like you're walking on eggshells on something, and I feel that the eggshells is part of what you're going through in terms of what this person is all about, that you are asking about. And whatever this person is in your life, I'm not sure if it's like family related or if it's a personal like significant other. I haven't come to that conclusion just yet, but whatever this is, it feels like it's a very short path. And we have the Ace of Fire here, and short path, not taking too much action on that path. And again, the fire is like sort of like we have a match with the fire on that match, and it's kind of like that's where we're at right now. But it really hasn't been done anything with that fire. This King of Water, again with the cups, the emotions. This is about like your not stability, but you're really balanced. And I think this is you actually. She's your friend, business associate. Yeah, she's your friend. And this King of Water, I think this is you right here. Like, you're very balanced. I feel that the king, and if we look at the story here on this picture here, I don't know if you can see it very well, but we have him like sort of like kind of floating right there, and he's very sure about himself. He kind of knows what he wants in terms of the ideas and the things that he wants. But you got these two things right here that's kind of conflicting with you here, because if we look at this, you're adding fire to water. And then what happens when you add that match that's currently on flame, you just throw a touch in the water, it goes out. Yeah. And I think you're struggling with this because you have this going on right here. I feel that this is you. This is her right here, and the situation. She had there's this fire there for the both of you, but it's kind of like it kind of goes out. That's kind of what I'm feeling here. Let me break this deck here one more time, and then let's get some more information. Knight of Air, Four of Earth, and the Magician. So let me go ahead and move this over here a little bit. I still can't see it. I'll just go ahead and put it on top. Here we go with the money again. And there's a lot of ideas going on here, a lot of communication, especially with the Knight of Air. It's very fast acting. There's been a lot of talk here. And I think this talk with this person, like with the Four of Earth, this again with the Pentacles, being very kind of stingy. That's kind of like what the story is about with the Four of Earth. You have like the stability, or not with you, but the card in the picture, there's this stability, but you're really clinging on the stability. You don't want to go anywhere because you feel that you're grounded, that you are that you have your balance, you have your stability with your money and your job and stuff like that, and then you kind of don't want to do anything with that. And that's what the Four of Earth is all about. And then you have the Magician. The Magician is about creativity, and it conjures everything up about the things that we can't provide an answer to, or the things that is impossible for us to want, which is, what is it that you want to know about in terms of these four elements: the earth, the fire, the air, and the water. So yeah. Let's see here. I feel that these cards are telling me, and especially a little bit of with what you're telling me here too, I think this love for please correct me if I'm wrong. This love for this female friend that you have is really just like a platonic friendship, and you're really just kind of looking out after her. This is kind of what my feelings are saying. It's really because I'm not seeing anything here in terms of love and relationship. So I'm seeing here that this is more like platonic relationship and sort of like a sisterly, brotherly kind of love. Am I correct by saying that? Protecting her, yeah. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm getting with this. That this is not, it has nothing to do with romantic relationship, even though, sometimes it's obviously when people say, oh, I'm worried about a female friend, and people might immediately think that, never looked at that like that. What kind of and it's okay at this point, what kind of relationship do you have with this person? This way we can take a look at these cards and see how it means deeper in terms of this situation, because I'm not seeing I'm not seeing a love relationship here. I'm seeing more like a platonic relationship, something very, it's very meaningful friendship wise. And there's a lot of emotions and a lot of talk going on here, but you have like the Six of Earth here and this Four of Earth. The Four of Earth is very stingy about the money, but there's no balance here. Then we have this Chariot with this path. There's some type of passion there, and you're like the stable person in this friendship. And I'm feeling that you're really trying to come up with some ideas to really help her. You're trying to find an idea of maybe I think she's like maybe in some type of predicament. She went somewhere in terms of I've known her for 2 years. It started business, but developed into some things in common, then a couple of hangouts, but then developed things for her. Yeah. Started as a business relationship. That's what I see. That's why I said there's like I didn't feel a love connection here with these cards. That's why I thought it was like platonic. And I said brotherly, sisterly kind of relationship because I mean, when you go into a business with someone like that, you really have to have that kind of trust, right? Let's come up with and like I said, we have a lot of talk here. This is probably like the negotiation between you, her, or whatever the business required, and then you got like this money here. But you need to come up with some ideas with this magician card that you're trying to come up with some ideas to maybe keep this business afloat and stuff like that. Because whatever this business is, I have this Ace of Fire and this Chariot reversed here, and I think that's where I was talking about how this path. It's started, but it's not proceeding forward as much as you'd want it to. And then this match got thrown into, with the water card. Fire and water doesn't really go together very well. And you're the one who's really kind of keeping stable while these things are kind of happening. Hello, full moon. I'm trying to help her because she got into a situation with an older male that hurt her business. Yow. That's definitely not good. So yeah, you know what? With this new information, let's see what the universe has to say about that. Because you have the Knight of Air, right? Again, fast action, talk, things like that. Really wanting to get things done, stuff like that. But we got this, this stinginess, this clingy onto things that, why don't you expand kind of thing. But there's like, a tightness to it. And then we have the Magician, where we're trying to come up with some ideas on how we can break this out, right? Let's see here. Let's come up with some answer cards here. Break the deck. Answer cards I like to keep upright. 10 of Air, 5 of Water, and the Moon. With the 10 of Air, this is about this is like the 10 of Swords. The 10 of Swords, you see here, I'm trying to see how my energy is focusing on these cards here real quick. Wow, I'm getting mixed emotions here on this 10 of this air and water here. So with the 5 of Water, this is like we're the story about this one, the person's hanging their head low. Usually with this one right here, there's 2 cups of filled like water, for example, behind this person, but the person's dwelling over these other cups. And as the kind of description a little bit, it kind of says right there, crying over spilled milk. Full Moon, I'll definitely get to your question in just a little bit. Thank you for your patience. 10 of Swords. Give me 1 second about this one because I'm trying to. I need to get my thoughts real quick on that one because that one's. I'm having a conflict with these two for some reason. Oh, right. I understand. Okay, so be prepared for this. This is going to be a very, very rough journey here. and it's not going to be easy. There's really no easy way out on this. There's a Ten of Air. This is reminiscent to the Ten of Swords. This is a story about how in the picture, with at least using the Rider deck that we have here, but we're looking at these here. We have these horses. Horses are kind of positive in a way, but the Ten of Swords is really about coming to a painful end. It's definitely going to come to an end on whatever this issue is, and it's sort of like a bittersweet ending, because even though it comes to an end, like this issue comes to its death, and it looks very, very bad, but there's always light at the end of the tunnel. I'm seeing this. Let's see here. I am seeing this as a feminine, because we have the moon and we have the water, which are two feminine cards here, and I really think this is actually about her. Something's going to come to an end. It's not like like a death or something like that, but whatever the issue is, it's going to be painful, and it's going to be a while till she kind of gets over that. Because with this Five of Water, she's going to continue looking at these spilled over cups, even though like in the distance there's a way out, right? In the Raider deck, the Raider White deck, it shows a person just kind of crying over that spilled milk, but in the distance there's a home, there's a bridge over this flowing river, and the person's not taking that opportunity, right? So we got these two things here, and the air and the water cards are they don't really go well with each other. Then you got this moon. There's going to be a lot of growth here. The moon is kind of like having like an anxiety almost, anxiety, fear, and something coming in between something. So that's why I'm saying this is really rough. But because of this Ten of Air, there's light at the end of the tunnel. There's going to be some harmony, and let's see how you fit into this here, how you can actually help her. Because with her, like I said, I think it's her because I have the water and the moon. These are two feminine cards, and then the air is like the situation, and then the water, the sun. Okay, if you stick with her, Seven of Cups. This is about. And I hope you don't mind me explaining how these cards, what the stories are behind these cards, kind of helps better understand these things. The Seven of Cups is really about like kind of walking away from the situation. So, and we have the sun and we have the air, which are masculine, and I think this is you. You are the sun, right? The sun is about enjoying life. Usually in the picture, the Raider White, usually like a naked baby on a horse, which is kind of weird. But we see this angel kind of, putting themselves out in a vulnerable situation. He's standing on top of this side here, soaking in the energy. We got warm colors, we got sunflowers coming around, and this is right here that that there's going to be like that light that I mentioned about, like the Ten of Air, where it's bad ending, but there's light at the end of the tunnel. You are that light at the end of the tunnel, I think. She's going to walk away because of this sun. She's going to see that sun because in the picture of this one, in the Raider White, she's going to walk away from those cups. Something needs to pave her way to get through the Rocky Mountains, and that's where the sun's coming in. You're going to be that sun for her. And then the Ace of Air is this new communication, new opportunities and success and things like that. We see the horse here kind of spreading its wings, and this is what is going to happen after the sun kind of like, gets her out of this thing. So, there's definitely light at the end of the tunnel for your friend here. And especially in this situation, I think with you, my feelings are saying don't give her, I'm seeing more like on a personal level. Career-wise, it's going to be a little bit different. I see this because the thing is the career is going to be affected by the personal side of things. Business is always affected by how you feel. And we all know this. And I think, if the quality of her life is really low, so will the business, or so will her career, and she can end up losing that. So don't give her too much advice. And that's what my feelings are saying with this too. Just be sort of like a beacon. And like we said, with the sun, because you're really out there and you're kind of like, like you can never miss the sun. It's all up in the sky. It's super warm, and like I said, you can't miss it once you walk outside. You know how to pinpoint it. So you can probably talk to her a little bit and stuff like that, but she kind of needs to learn this on her own a little bit. That's the whole thing with this 10 of air here and this 5 of water. Bittersweet endings, and with this bittersweet ending, like this issue coming to an end, there's going to be some mourning period with this 5 of water, and then a little bit of fear, how she's going to proceed forward after that issue. Then we have the 7 of water, where she's finally going to start walking away from this issue, and it's because of you. You're like this link here. Yeah. So my advice to that, because I had people come to me about those kind of questions, saying like, they use work and they use other things to distract you. Distraction is fine, but there needs to be some action to that other side of the distraction. Otherwise, it's sort of like you're blowing up a balloon. You're gonna blow up that balloon. The balloon can only go so far, and then she's gonna bust. I have family members who, not specific in this issue, but had issues with relationships to where they bottled it up, and now this person has, what's the word? Is that where you're going from happy to mad immediately? I forgot what the syndrome is. It's escaping my mind right now. I'm sorry, but the person now, this person has, a family friend of mine. She has these episodes where reality just kind of snaps out, and this happened because she didn't deal with it. Now, with you as the sun, and like I said, because I said here earlier that you were the king of water. You had this stability in you with your emotions. And that's why this sun, I feel is, it really makes sense how I mentioned this is you. All of a sudden I'm saying that the sun and the air masculine, this is you as well. And, or at least the sun's going to be you. You're like sort of at the key in this, but, she kind of needs to come up with the answers for herself in order for her to grow. Just like a child, learning a new task, they have to kind of learn the failures in order to become successful in it. And how can you be the sun? Well, she might be there as a cried shoulder, give her that a little bit, show her positivity, show her that light at the end of the tunnel your way. Like there's probably ways that how you deal with things, and when you how you gradually kind of dice up the issue, you kind of deal with one part of it and then move on to the next part of it, and then finally comes to some closure. And don't feel afraid to get help. If with you being that son, being that smart warm figure in this relationship, this friendship, watch the signs. Don't be afraid to call help, or at least introduce her to some help. That's kind of what I feel like how you stand in here. It's sort of like, don't do things for her, but just watch the signs and just kind of be there for her, and she'll really, really appreciate that. And I'm feeling, as I'm touching these cards right now, I just had a rush of energy just kind of flow up to my hair, and I feel like that there was like a moment where she not like like popped her top off, but she kind of like came to you and almost like stressed out with like kind of pulling the hair. I'm pulling my hair out. I'm so freaking stressed out right now, kind of thing. And you did as well. Yeah. And this is kind of what I'm feeling with my energy. So this was definitely a lot of cards. Something's going on. Yeah. And I know it probably didn't come to the exact issue, exactly what the actual issue is. And sometimes the universe doesn't really want me to do that. It's so easy to come up with an answer. If I was to put down like a card, say like, yeah, this is the issue right here. 7 of water, which happens to be upside down. You're walking away from these issues like that. Like we have to kind of, like we pave our own ways. We pave our own futures. My way of reading energy and tarot cards is about finding the energy that the universe provides answers and clarity to these issues and how we can help each other. It's so easy to say that, we read the futures and stuff like that, and we try to make sense of what these cards say. I try to tell a story about it, and I really hope this really helped out a lot with you in terms of maybe, how can you help your friend? And like I said, you are that sun. I feel, and even right now, I mean, you could you could correct me if I'm wrong. Right now, I feel in your heart like you probably just had some type of inspiration. I feel like a warmth already building up, which I think is really great. Um, and yeah, whew, boy, there was at one point crazy text message we both been getting from some random person. I don't know if she still get them or not. Um, that's a definite good answer, and more like a logic. This actually kind of falls more like a logical thing about these crazy text messages, these random things. Get a new phone number. If you get a new phone number, and this is also the kind of rules of deduction here. If you get a new phone number and they're still getting these crazy text messages, somebody's following her, and then you need to put a stop to that, because that's really inappropriate. Or block them. Yeah, that's true. But like if it really gets to a point where they get around these blocks of using different numbers to get around it, just try to get a new number. Um, um, and then if you still get those messages even after getting a brand new number, then somebody is tapping into her information. Somebody's following her and just really trying to make it miserable for her. So good luck with that. And feel free to chat me up in YouTube, or at least right now, feel free to give me like a rating, 1 through 10, how you feel about the rating. I like to take this information and in my learning process, in my journey and stuff like that. You don't have to give me an answer or anything, but I really do hope that information really helped you out. Be that sun. Remember that. Yeah, absolutely. Glad I can help. Okay, let's see here. Full Moon, are you still there with me? Let's see here. Wayne, are you still there with me? Okay, I see you, Full Moon. All right. Chats. I have my chat open on my phone as well, so it's kind of helping me out with this to get live updates. All right. So, okay, Full Moon. So this is how I like to work with you. I do see a question: what he thinks and feels about me today. So that's. I like the fact that the question is vague. Keep it as vague as possible. I want to learn more about your energy. I want to learn more about this question coming from the universe. And what I explained to Wayne, I'm going to explain to you too. And this is what I want you to do. Listen to my voice. Close your eyes and imagine a very peaceful mountain lake. You're looking at this lake. It's super calm. You don't really hear much on the noises, like maybe some birds chirping. It's very tranquil. You're at peace. Okay. Even if this issue right now that you're, or these whatever question may be coming that may be stressful, find peace first in this very moment right now. Okay. And then with your eyes closed, still visualizing that lake, because that lake looks like a perfect mirror. It's reflecting everything and it's just beautiful. Now look at your hand. Inside your hand is a small little pebble, and that pebble is your question, at least the issue of what you want to get clarity on. That lake is the universe. We want to use that universe to communicate that question to me. And I want you to throw that pebble into the lake, and you're going to see the ripples, beautiful ripples just flowing from where you threw that rock in. And that's the energy flowing from the universe. You sent that question to the universe. The universe is now sending the questions to me. Go ahead and throw that pebble in. Okay, I think you just threw it in right now. And I feel my emotions are actually telling me you decided to pick up a heavy rock or something like a big as your hand. You're like, I want this question to really reach you, and you threw it in there and you make a big kaplunk splash. I feel like that's what you did. It's kind of funny. But I definitely received it. So let's see here. I'm getting a lot of energy coming from the Raider White deck here, so I'm going to use that one. All right. Add some chaos to the deck, because my partner once told me that in order to have order, you must have a little chaos. So I'm going to add some chaos to these cards here to make sure they're really well lit up or matched up here. We're going to go ahead and cut this deck to get the first one. All right. Let's see what your question is about here. All right. So we have here the Ace of Pentacles, 10 of Wands, and the Ace of Wands. So how I like to do, I like to explain the story a little bit on how this works, or on how these cards interpret things. That way it can try to help make sense in terms of what's going on. You did mention it's about what he thinks and feels about you today. And I'm not exactly sure what he is, who that he is. So we're going to find out right now. We have the Ace of Pentacles. This is about like new opportunities. And the reason why we say new opportunities, we have like this being here providing this money object, right? This is like a earthly object. And this is also a sign of earth, right? Stability. And then we have in the background here, we have like, this beautiful gateway, right? So we have this path with all this lusciousness. So this is actually a pretty positive, nice card. And it's going to be, we have like a start of something here. I wouldn't say business opportunity, but definitely an opportunity of something. Now we have the 10 of Wands, right? The 10 of Wands is really about, like, we look at here, and I'm going to flip this around so you can see it better. The 10 of Wands, we have like a guy, right? He's working really hard to bring these sticks, right? And in the background, we have, in short distance, where he needs to deliver the sticks. The job is almost complete, but not yet complete. So, and usually Wands is also about fire, passion, taking on a journey, looking at things. And with this reversed, this could mean a couple things. More like, there's still ways to go before this job can be completed, before whatever this passion or whatever this journey is taking you. It's you feel that's probably almost there. You feel that it's obtainable, but it really isn't. And we need to make sure that we're being. Oh, I think these cards are reversed here on the camera. I'm sorry. I'm just going to go ahead and put this the right way here. But here we go. So I did say Ace of Pentacles. That's the first one, right? And then, why is my camera doing this in reverse? I'm sorry. So bear with me just a little bit. I do apologize. I'm not exactly sure what's going on with my camera here. So, and let's go ahead and put this back how it was originally here, because how I see it, this is going from left to right. All right. So, but yeah, what I'm getting from this 10 of Wands here, reversed, you feel, or at least there's a feeling of almost obtaining that goal, right? But it's not there. It's really out of your grasp still, and it's actually even further away. And with the Wands being like a fire passion, like the fire is burning, and the fire actually expanded really quickly here, but the fire is actually hasn't been completed yet. And then we have the Ace of Wands. The Ace of Wands is about taking on a star, at least starting upon a new journey. Because if we look at this picture here, we have like this divine being providing this passion to you, right? And the wand could also be used as to help you with the journey. Like you grab like a stick, you go on a hike, and use that stick to kind of help carry you, right? And then we have in the background here this journey that you're just about to embark. We have the point of where you want to reach, which is that tall castle, and we're also met with some mountains, so that's definitely going to be a rough terrain. And then we have the lake here, which is also symbolizing your emotions. And so with that said, let's see here. These are two masculine cards here. And and I think that kind of relates to what your the base question, what he thinks and feels about you today. And um I feel that this right here is actually what he's thinking, because we have two masculine, which kind of covers this, and we're adding earth to a fire, to lots of fire, as a matter of fact. And if you think about this, it's sort of like, um, you know how firefighters, they drop earth onto a fire to try to put it out, stuff like that. There's not a whole lot of earth there to put out this fire, especially with them reversed here. Um, the path is there. You see the ending, but you're not there. You're actually a lot further than it looks. Almost like images in your mirror may look closer than it appears. That's kind of like what this is right here. And then we have the Ace of Wands. The journey hasn't even been set yet. Actually, that's kind of what I'm feeling here. This passion actually hasn't been set yet. These feelings, and so like, let's add some more cards here. Get some more details on this. Just cut the deck here. All right. Universe, what are you saying today? So again, we're having the more masculine images here. Upper reverse. I wouldn't say this is really negative thoughts and stuff like that. It's just more like reverse thinking here. So my feelings are telling me here that I we could figure this out together. Actually, this is more like a question directly to you. And you don't answer just yet, because, and especially if I'm wrong, you're allowed to tell me if I'm wrong. It's quite all right. For some reason, I feel that he thinks you're probably just maybe a tad selfish, perhaps. See, again, we have this wand here, this Knight of Wands, and what the Knight of Wands here is, so if we look at the picture of this character, right? We have the person here on a fiery horse. We have the feathers on his hat that also kind of talks about, it's kind of like a reminiscent of fire, and even his garment shows like a lizard type character that's kind of almost biting its tail. That's also, again, fire. So this is really like a passionate card. We see the horse like ready to lunge forward, and he's holding on to that wand there. And this is about like taking action, charging forward. And this is a very hot card, and the reason why I say it's hot card, because look, he's like in the middle of a desert there. So we got a fire in a desert area. Now with it reversed here, you're definitely moving forward, but it's not as fast as you'd like it to be. And it kind of goes in line with what this is saying here. That the path is there. You haven't started that path. It looks like it's finished, but it really isn't. And then we have this here saying that you're not really moving forward as fast as you'd like it to be. The Six of Pentacles is about charity. You're giving to the people. That's what we see in the picture here. That he's showing fairness of how he wants to divide his earthly possessions, what he has to give to those who are in need. But with it reversed, sometimes it's about a little bit of stinginess, to where you're not giving as balanced. Maybe it can kind of come across as a little bit selfish, because of the way how it probably makes sense to you when you're balancing out things and you're giving your work, your emotions. And I'm not saying that you're not giving money. It's not about that. It's more like just saying what you're giving in terms of like your emotion, your time and your energy and stuff like that. It's probably being more devoted to something else, to one thing than another thing. And he probably sees that and saying like, yeah, really fixated on this one thing. And that's why I've said a little bit of selfishness, because not selfishness, but maybe selfishness not the right word, but it's like you're really kind of diverting that energy towards something else. And he's probably kind of seeing it as like, Yeah, I don't get why you're doing that. Um, because this Ace of Swords, again, new communication, new ideas, um, um, and success. But with the reverse, it's not really all new. I think that whatever is going on here in terms of thoughts, it's sort of like maybe the same thoughts he's probably had with you. I wouldn't say it's a negative. It's probably more like confusing a little bit. Trying to figure out this direction because that's kind of what I'm getting here. Because if you notice, almost everything here is reversed except for this Ace of Pentacles, and it's sort of like um, I kind of see this as maybe you probably saw it in one thing where you believe that not I mean, and I don't mean this in the wrong way here. You probably believed that, oh, okay, I think I did pretty well today. Whoever this person that you're trying to influence will probably see this as, a positive thing, but it's kind of like not really negative, but it's definitely kind of a little bit the opposite in terms of what this person is. Yeah. So, um, this actually makes a little bit more sense seeing that these are all masculine because this is really all about him, right? And there's a stinginess there. And at first I thought the stinginess is almost about you, but that's kind of why I was kind of struggling in terms of trying to say who it is because it's kind of weird because your initial I was kind of looking at your initial question. That's why I like to say don't tell me your question because I don't want to be biased towards the information I give you. And I saw that what does he think about you, right? But then it's like um, this makes more sense. The fact that this is really all about him. Um, you want and pentacles can be sometimes be feminine or masculine. There is some opportunity there, but things are not complete. There's a little bit of like imbalance here in terms of where the energy is going. All right, so let's get some more cards here, get some more clarity. Feel free to throw some more rocks in the pond if you like. All right, let's see here. Whoa. Oh. Way more masculine cards here. I feel that this question that you're really actually looking for, you're actually wanting to, it's not more about what he thinks about you. I think you're actually really looking for clarity about him. I think that's what that is. You actually want to kind of get a little bit more deeper into his mind because I think he's been kind of hold back. It looks like he's giving you these opportunities for these paths, and that kind of makes sense when I look. And I'll get to these cards in just a second. It kind of makes sense with these other things here that you have this Ten of Wands. The path is set, but it's not there yet. We've got the starting path here, but it really hasn't started yet. And then we have a little bit more action here in terms of what he's doing. So, yeah, definitely have your reservations, and I think that's what you're really looking for here. I think you actually wanted to kind of see if your intuition is correct, and really quickly, let's get a quick answer card and see what it has to say. We have Knight, another King, and a 13. So we have a 12. Let's see here, 10, 11. Yeah, actually, you have two even numbers and an odd. So that's kind of saying, yeah, your intuition is actually kind of correct here. All right, so let's get to these other cards here about this person, because now we're actually getting to some emotional things here. Actually, so we have like kind of the thought process on these bottom ones. Now we actually come to some emotional side of things. Even though we have these swords, they can actually mean something else here. So we have the Emperor card. That's usually about like a fatherly figure, stability, being the leader. Like any emperor out there, he's there to lead his people, right? Very noble. But then there's always a downside to these kings. Sometimes you see like in movies, they're selfish, they're greedy, they want things for them. And I think that's what it's actually kind of funny saying this, that we have this card here talking about a little bit of greediness, or like where that direction's getting misplaced. And then we have this right here being the emperor, not being really there for the people. Yeah, not much of a fatherly figure, and probably not as stable as he likes to be. And then we have this right here. Um, Now the Nine of Swords it's about having fears, you're being sleepless and stuff like that. Like, he is getting his rest, but there's things dwelling in him, and it does hurt. And um it's almost like a soft side almost, if you think about it. I mean, swords can always, people always say, oh, swords is a really negative thing, but then the thing is, like with this right here, it's showing a person getting up at the middle of the night and putting his hands in his head, stuff like that. Like, he had like a really, really bad dream, and these can lead to sleepless nights, stuff like that. But I think it's more like he has like a fear about something, and I think these two actually kind of um complement each other. He has the fear about the fact that he's not being so stable, and the reason why, because this is a sneaky one. You have a guy here, Seven of Swords. He's taking 5 of these 7 swords with him. You have in the background, these tents. If my story, how I see it, you have this king ready to go to battle, right? This person, if you look really closely to his face, he's looking kind of sneakish there. You can't see it very well. I need to get a better webcam, but he is he's very sly. Um, he's stealing these swords at a opportunity that, where they're not looking. So this kind of tells me, and the fact that it's upright, I think that's exactly what it is. We see him sheepishly, sneakily taking these swords what he can and taking with him, right? Therefore, reducing the amount of power of whoever the opponent is. And I think I think he's a liar. I think he can be lying. He can be pretty deceitful about things. And when I say that, not like he's doing that in their face, but it's more like when the opportunity is there, and everything's like, at rest, he's going to go in, get what he needs to get done when nobody's really kind of paying attention. Not really paying attention, but just more like, they're not around him. He'll kind of do it by himself, and then he'll just kind of make things happen. And it's not really the honest way here. Yeah. I'm getting a lot of negative cards here, and there's probably some good qualities here about him. Let's ask the universe about that. Because I've heard on a YouTube video the other day, there's always some darkness, right? There's always going to be darkness surrounded by us, but you can always see the stars when you're in complete darkness, right? And even especially the brightness of the moon. So there's always things going to come around. So let's take a look at maybe some answer cards here. And answer cards are definitely going to be upright for me because I want to be able to determine that. Well, I feel that he's a wealthy person, or at least not wealthy, but it's more like he lives in a life of luxury. That's what this card is about right here. And he's really carefree too. He likes to play a lot, very childish like demeanor. And when you say childish, more like he likes to play like a kid. There's like this childlike innocence to him, right? We got the sunflowers, the sun, and this little naked boy on a horse just having a good time. And the naked boy is actually really meaning about vulnerability. Like he's kind of like making himself vulnerable when he's having fun. But he does it with like a life of luxury. And then we have the King of Wands. He's a really good leader. He's very passionate about really being the leader about certain things. And I think that's why we have this deceit card here. Not necessarily deceit card, but I like to call it right now deceit card. And we also have this imbalance of the things that he does. Let's see here. What's your chat say? He cut me out of connection, but now he's regretting about that shit. And I think what's about him, he's very charming. I think he's very charming when he wants to be. Um, and you're noticing this here that there's absolutely no cups coming up here. We're only getting wands, swords, and pentacles. What does that really mean? Well, we have to kind of come up with our own little story about that. But my intuition about this is that he's not ready on an emotional things. Like, friendship is really all he needs, not really relationship. Especially with his life of luxury, because I'm not seeing much money around him, just more about doing things and getting what he wants. And he really likes to live that life of luxury and stuff like that, but that doesn't always mean it's a good thing. And he does it with like a childlike, simplicity to him. Let's see here. Get some more details about this guy here. Kenny kind of very interesting about this person. All right. Funny. Look at this. We just got through talking about the fact that there was absolutely no cups here, right? And then I just gave it a nice shuffle. I cut the deck. We just now got our first glimpse of some cups here. Now, the story behind the Four of Cups, this is like boredom in a way. Like things are given to him in terms of like love, emotions, things like that, but it's getting fed to him. And that's why I said earlier that he might be charming. And I think that a lot of people like to give him things and he takes that in advantage, but he's bored of that. But even with him being bored, it's not fulfilling him either. With that being reversed, there's energy being wasted on that. And that's kind of sometimes how I see reverse cards, that there's some energy being wasted with the fact that people are bringing him stuff. Hi, Paloma. Absolutely. I'll be happy to do that with you. Don't tell your question in the chat, okay? I have a process here. That way we can get more connected on your reading, okay? But welcome. All right. Now, I'm going to wrap this up here with this last bit of cards because this just got really salty here. We have now the Magician. Now, the Magician is a creator of things. The Magician is about like providing something that is impossible to have, and that is to conjure up the idea that you need. And he's having a problem with that. He's indecisive. He wants everything with him because if you look at this Magician card is the creator of everything here: the pentacles, the sword, the cups, and the wands. Right? He's pointing to the universe and to the earth, surrounded by lush life and stuff like that. So it has like a balance, and plus he has the infinity symbol above him. But with this being reversed, sort of like he has his worlds upside down. He's not there yet in that full maturity. He wants that creation. He wants that power, but the power is definitely not there. And we know this because that 10 of wands, where the person's trying to deliver the stuff, but the path is not there. Now we have also the Page of Cups. With these two here next to this one, now the page is usually about a boy, like in royalty, or even that in high loyalty to the king. And the page usually works his way up to where he's doing his deeds to become the servant of his king, the Lord. And when I say the Lord, I mean like in medieval times. That's kind of what the story is about. And then he works his way up to be squire, and then eventually becomes knight. So there's a lot of learning. And the page is also about creation too. So even with all this negativity and stuff like that about his emotions, like he's not finding the love that he wants. But and it's funny that I actually have a spread of 3 here, because sometimes it can be past, present, future. And I think this last one's all about future. He's actually going to learn eventually about his emotions and what he's going to want. But I think it's going to come a little bit, not too late. It's just going to come later in time where he's finally going to say, "Oh, okay, yeah, I'm going to stop doing all this BS here. It's time for me to get my feet on the ground." So yeah. Now, really quickly, I just want to see how this kind of ties in with you. Like, what can you do about this? Or at least, because I think he's really influenced by you. You influence, yeah, you influence his decisions sometimes. Maybe he comes to you as like a rock, right? And yeah, see, with this Seven of Wands here, we have a person here who's got surprised. And the reason why I say he got surprised, because if you look really closely, his shoes, one is like a taller than the other. And usually that's like a sign of surprise. And he looks very defensive, right? But, when he does get defensive, and again, look at this, wands, right? And we were just dealing with a whole bunch of wands cards. He does get defensive. But I think with you, and I think that's why I pull these cards for you, you kind of help bring him at ease. Like his defense kind of comes down, right? The Eight of Wands is usually about things going really, really fast, because if you look at this the right way up, the wands are going down or facing downwards, and that's usually like going like terminal velocity. If you drop something from the top of the building and direction is down, it's going to go as fast as it can. Joyce, you can definitely ask your well, we will talk about readings, but don't ask your question in the chat. I'm going to explain here in just a second how I operate, okay? So please keep your question to yourself first. Don't put it into chat, but welcome. Okay, so to wrap this up here, you help slow him down, and that's what he needs. And then when you come to him in that in his time of need, you guys rejoice in a way. You have this Three of Cups here. Usually it's about celebration. You have three friends toasting to something, and that something could be him just really liking you as a person, and you kind of like help bring balance to him in a way. That's kind of how I see this. So yeah, I think the moral of all this, at least what your question is about, you really wanted to know more about him, even though you're already set. You already had your judgments about him. I think you really wanted clarity on terms of who he is in terms of a person, and what can you do about it. There's really nothing you can do about it. I didn't see anything in the cards saying that you need to take action, but it's more like your role in his life. It's about like, I think he comes to you often. And he might have others that he goes to as well, but I think you're sort of like the top five in his case in a way. And I don't mean to say that negatively. I'm not exactly sure what your relationship is to that person either. Because I'm not seeing a whole bunch of cards here in terms of love. So I think that there's no relationship here, but you do influence him a lot, and I think because you help keep him calm in a tough time. And then when he's going really fast and he talks to you about things, and when you're just kind of being yourself, he slows down. And then you guys kind of like enjoy each other's company. But there's all this BS, and you're like, yeah, no, I read you like Windex. So full moon, I hope that was yeah, see, that's what the energies are telling me. So I really hope this information really helped you out in terms of where you fit in this person's life. I mean, when I say relationship, more like platonic. Yeah, I really hope this information really helped you out, and that keeps you grounded when you're around him. Don't let him deceive you. Okay, don't let this come into play. Okay, and I think truly you can see right through this as if it was Windex. Like he'll probably pass a few fast ones to you. He probably already has, and you probably said, "Yeah, you're not going to do that with me. Call me tomorrow because I'm tired of your BS today." So if you are doing that, keep it up, because he needs to be called out because of all this other crap that he's doing here. Yeah. So I feel like this person is probably kind of a young buck, a young guy, but trying to really get ahead of things, but he's doing it completely wrong. Whew. Wow, that was a saucy one. Gotta hold on a second. I gotta ground myself here. Whew. Okay, so for those of you who joined, thank you and welcome. So how I like to operate here, I don't like to ask the questions, and the reason why I don't like to have you ask the question because I don't want my readings to be biased in terms of what you may have asked. With that said, I do have a process, and even though it's not your turn, you can definitely. Thank you. So yeah, if this is not your turn yet, and and I think let's see here, Joyce, you are second, while Paloma, you're first. Both of you can definitely listen to what I have to say, okay? And then you can practice this until your turn comes up, okay? Just listen to my voice. Close your eyes. Take a deep breath. In, out. And I want you to keep breathing until you feel the shivers in your skin. When you're feeling that, you're imagining yourself at a nice, crisp, cool morning day, and in front of you is a large lake. And in the background, there's mountains, trees full of life. That lake is so smooth and crystal clear, it's like a gigantic mirror. That's the galaxy that we're talking about here. Now, in your mind, look down in your hand and open it. In your hand is a rock. This rock is your question. You're going to toss this rock into the water, which is the galaxy. Do that now. And then you're going to see the ripples formulating from where you threw that rock at. That's the question being sent out by the galaxy to come to me. So go ahead and throw that rock in there. Paloma, I think you threw a couple more rocks in there for some reason. I feel it for some reason. I feel like a kaplunk, and you're like, yeah, I want to make sure I got the question there, so I'm gonna throw a couple more just to be safe. That's quite all right. You could definitely do that. Okay, it's fine in my book. All right. You're like, yeah, and I think it's not even like one after another. I think you probably just had a whole bunch in your hand and you just threw it in there. That's kind of like how I like to see it. Okay, let's see here. Okay, so I have my Angel deck and my Raider White deck, and I generated a relationship with these two. I usually use the Angel decks more for like relationships and emotions and like that. This one for like real world stuff. But let's see what the universe has to say about what your question is about here. Definitely getting some emotional vibes here. All right. Let's add some chaos to these cards, shall we? All right. Ooh, didn't shuffle that one really well. And I know some people are like, oh my God, why do you shuffle your cards like that? Like, really, honestly speaking, these are just paper. They're just paper, right? But the universe sends its vibrations to influence how these cards are dealt with, right? So I like to shuffle it at this because what we're doing is we're adding some chaos, and then we take that chaos and we put it into order, right? And that's the best way to do it. All right. Whew. Okay. All right, Paloma, let's see what your question's about. And feel free also for any of you, if I'm not answering the question correctly or it doesn't make sense, or maybe the question I just said what your question is completely wrong, feel free to tell me, I'm sorry, but you're wrong. I like to learn why I'm wrong because it helps me better learn on how the universe is trying to communicate with me. Okay. I mean, we have to learn from our failures, right? And don't be afraid. And this is, just general advice to everybody. Don't be afraid of failure. We're always looking to tarot, to find ways. Oh, I don't want to make the mistakes and stuff like that. Mistakes define you. Okay, so now we have the King of Earth. The King of Earth is also known as the Pentacles, and when the story is behind us, and I go by the Raider White stories in conjunction with this. Now, with the King of Pentacles, usually it's about having everything that you wanted, right? As king, everything is there: stability, luxury, money, um, material things. And then we have the Eight of Air, um, which is also the Eight of Swords. Now, the Eight of Swords is about, in the story, um, where the woman is trapped in between these swords on a beach, and um, it's very emotional for this woman because she's bounded by this white cloth, which the white cloth usually means about innocence. She wasn't supposed to be there, but she's there, and um, let's see here. She's also blindfolded as well, and she's stepping over the water. So, but she needs to get herself out of that situation, this whole conflict. And in order to do that, she has to feel her way. Because on the beach, it's all water and rock and stuff like that. So she has to kind of find a way to get through it. Now, the World card is really about goals, completing your goals. Hello, Undertaker. Welcome. Please don't tell your question in the chat. We'll get to that in just a little bit. All right. But definitely welcome and enjoy. I do not have much practice with writing English. Oh, perfectly fine. And if you want me to explain things slower, please feel free to let me know. I'll be happy to explain things. So we have here King of Earth reversed. This usually means to me that, at least what my feelings are telling me, is that, and I try not to pay too much attention to these small little writings here. It's more about my intuition and what the energy is telling me. And even though the King of Earth is about having everything you need, this person doesn't have everything this needs. And I think this is actually about a man. And the reason I say that, because we have the Earth, we have Air, right? And these are two masculine cards. Even the colors are a bit masculine as well. King and Air, the Eight of Air. This person is struggling about something. He doesn't have what he wants. He's really trying to find a way to get out of a sticky situation, but he kind of projects out there, or at least not projects, but it's like, I guess he feels that he does have everything, even though he may not even realize it. Let's see here. I'm not feeling this is complete here. Nine of Earth. Okay. So we got some feminine cards here now. I do feel like there's a type of relationship, but there's nothing here indicating a love relationship. I think your question about this person, this man, I don't think he's ready for a relationship. And I could be wrong. The new cards might come by and might actually reveal some emotions, but at least this is like, we're kind of learning about this person. This is the tip of the iceberg here. We have the Nine of Earth here. The Nine of Earth, also known as the Nine of Pentacles, the Pentacles is about, usually it's about a woman who's kind of like, you probably saw it earlier. I had the Nine of Pentacles, and it was about the life of luxury, right? He likes living the life of luxury, even though he's not very lucky about a lot of things. But he really tries to, he covers that up. He covers up this bad luck with this life of luxury. And I think he actually sees it too, because we have this renewal card here. And this is also, it's almost like a death card in a way, the renewal. He's really trying to bring that to an end, because this is really causing some conflict with him, and as well as with this Eight of Cards, this conflict there. he's really trying to bring this to an end. So I think he's like doing a lot of soul searching with himself and stuff like that. Am I kind of hitting into the right area? I think the question here, I think your head is about a person, and I think you're willing to see your compatibility with this person, because again, I'm not seeing much of connection here in terms of emotions. I think I'm just getting more like just kind of like reading who this person is. And I think you're really wanting to know if this person is compatible with you. Okay. Um, yeah. So, your ex. Whew. Yeah, that kind of explains it, because, like I said, I see. I think you were actually pretty good with him, and the reason why I say that, Paloma, because here again, King of Earth, right? Well, I'm going off screen here. King of Earth, right? This is about having everything that you want, but it's upside down, right? So he feels he doesn't have everything. He feels that he's conflict, but it's he doesn't realize he does have everything, right? And then he's trying to cover this up with a life of luxury, even though he has like this bad luck going on in his life. And then he just kind of like realized that afterwards, saying like, "Oh, I really need to stop this. I need to come into a new line in my emotional state, or something like that, or whatever is going wrong with him." So yeah, I think right now, at least this is my intuition telling me, your question is about this person who you said is your ex, and I think this question is about how is he doing in this time right now, and especially the coming to a new year too. I can understand why you want to know. um let's see here. Was this a long? Don't tell me if this was a long relationship or a short one. Give me 1 second here. We have 1, 10, and 1. I felt like this was maybe like a short relationship. I have a 1, 10, and a 1, so I have two uneven numbers, especially like low number ones. So let's see here. 1, 10, 11, reduced down to 2, 3. Were you with him maybe less than 6 years? If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But I feel like it was maybe a short relationship, but I'm just kind of 3 years, but always with lots of ups and downs. Yeah. Oh, it's funny you said it, because I told myself to, because the reason why I said 6, and I want to show you this too. I can't pick it up. My nails. I have ace is 1, right? That's 1 plus 10, right? So I reduce that down. 10, 1 plus 0 is 1. I have 1 right here. And then you have 1 right here. So 1, 2, 3. And I was saying to myself, it's a very short relationship. And I'm just going to go ahead and add, I'm going to times it by 2, because I think it's less than 6 years. And right here it's already telling me 3. This is 3 years, as you said. Very interesting. Okay. Let's see here. Let's see if there's some light in the tunnel, because he came to realization that he needs to stop his bullshit. Excuse my language, sorry, but he needs to stop it. Just cut this deck here. I'm gonna cut it one more time. All right. What is going on with this man? 2 of fire, Queen of water, 9 of air. It's not good. I say that in terms of emotion here. So we have the 2 of fire. The 2 of fire is also like the 2 of wands, right? And this is really about, like, he holds his world like an oyster, right? Like a pearl in an oyster, but he's looking up on, he's looking out of his window, so to speak, and he sees that he wants to make this adventure, right? He sees the world outside his window, but he's not yet ready to set out on this adventure, right? And with this in reverse, he's not he realizes that he wants to make this adventure, but he keeps putting it to the side. He's saying, "Yeah, I'm gonna get to this eventually." So it's kind of like on the back burner. Then we have the Queen of Water. The Queen of Water is about love, compassion, emotion, um, really showing like a connection with your emotions and things like that. And though he may be a passionate person, again, he's missing. I think he's missing you, and I think that's what this is coming to. He doesn't want to move forward because he really misses you, and I don't think. And I honestly, I think he doesn't want to say it because we also have this Nine of Air, which is also the Nine of Swords in Rider-Waite deck, and what that means is that kind of like what the description says. I don't know if you can read it or not, but the story behind this is that the person wakes up, he has his hands on his face because he woke up from a really bad nightmare. So he's having really bad dreams. Usually, kind of goes to sleepless nights, losing some hope and things like that. So, yeah, I think he's really good at hiding it with his life of luxury, but really, I think he's really actually in pain, and I don't think a relationship is really what he needs right now either. Um, I think that he needs to be alone. Hold on a second here. I'm gonna cut this deck one more time and come up with some answer cards here. Yeah. So we have the Seven of Air. He's sneaky. But I think what this is actually really talking about is that he'll probably tell you, "Oh, I'm fine," and he really tries to find a way to kind of like distract you in terms of what his issues is. And I think that's what that is here, because the Seven of Air, or at least the Seven of Swords, usually shows a guy who is they're like, in the middle of a war, but this guy's sneakishly running away with some swords, and it's kind of like deceitful in a way. And you show like a picture here. We've got these horses kind of like doing their own thing, and you got these two horses in the background. I don't know if you can't really see it very well, but you have these two horses in the background kind of sneaking away. So he's diverting. He likes to divert your attention to something else instead of to him. But what he really needs is he really does definitely needs a friend. And we have the Empress here. The Empress is a woman about fertility, about getting connected with nature, giving birth to new ideas, and a motherly figure. He really he has a lot of good guy friends, I think, and that's kind of what the Knight of Air is about. But Knight of Air is really actually about being very creative with your ideas and things like that. You're really taking charge with what he wants to do with, when he comes with an idea, he goes forward with it. Like, for example, he has like a business, something like that, and he wants to say like, "Oh, I'm going to be in that business. This is what I need to do." And he can come up with some ideas like super quick. Like, he's very intelligent, but he needs a motherly figure. And I think this is you. And the reason why I say this, and this is going to be kind of hard, because I think he comes back to you. Let's see here. Let me see if I'm right about that. Oh yeah. See, the Ace of Air, like the sword, like he's looking for like new ideas to where he can, to kind of set forth himself. And then we got the Six of Air, which is sort of like coming up to new beginnings, but he's bringing on a lot of baggage and stuff like that. So then we had the Four of Air, where you're kind of stingy about certain things, but I'm not exactly sure if that's more related to you. I think that's just more like clarity about who he is. But I think you are like this Empress person. He's very mature, although he is no longer 20 years old or even close to it. And it's almost like the theme of it, right? Like, most guys are sometimes kind of immature, but I think this is you, Paloma. You are the Empress. And I think this is going to be and the reason why I keep saying this is going to be hard, because I think you have still strong feelings for him. There might be some, I guess, forgive me for saying this, but my feelings for saying this, but I think there might be like some, friends with benefits kind of thing, but I don't think he needs that right now. He needs a homebody type type relationship, and I think that's where you come in with this Empress card. You need to be more reasonable and more motherly to a child, right? Just as you said, he's very immature. This mother figure, he needs. I feel like he probably, probably grew up a very rough life, and this is what he really needs. He needs nurturing. He needs love, but not the kind of love in a relationship as like, a man and a woman in a loving, more than friends, marriage relationship. He needs a friendship relationship, a family loving type relationship. And I feel my eyes kind of getting heavy just a little bit, and I feel like that he's kind of cried about this, like even with all the immaturity, his charm or things like that, his life of luxury that he likes to paint in front of people, he's really sad underneath, because I think he's lost his direction, and that's where this Empress cards come in. And I think you're the key to that. You're the key for him, to help bring that stability to him. I hope that really helped you out with that information. It made me very bad. Maybe it will come from there, the 9 of spades, but at the same time, I think not, because he is very unconscious. Oh, he made you very mad because it will come from the 9 of spades. I guess you're talking about like maybe the 9 of swords, perhaps. Or the 9 of air, because he's very unconscious. Yeah, so like he's, like I said, like he's really trying to cover it up. Like he's using this 9 of earth, right? This 9 of pentacles to show that no, it's okay, it's quite all right. I work for a company where I deal with many different languages, so no apologies needed. I do the best I can from communication. So, but I think with this 9 of earth, he is really trying hard to kind of put a lifestyle in front of people, saying, "Yeah, I'm good. I'm really good, really," but he's really not. And he's, there's always that term, forgive but never forget. And I think, he may have made you mad, but I think this madness can be turned into a positive, because again, that Empress card, he needs some type of guidance. Maybe it may not even be you. He really just needs in general a motherly figure, Yeah. That's what I'm getting. And that's at least what I'm getting from these cards here too. He needs a motherly figure to ground him and kind of give him that spanking that he needs, not in a sexual way, but he needs to be disciplined in a way to where he needs to be telling him, you're doing this wrong, you're doing this right, kind of thing. So I hope that was a good quality reading for you. I hope you really enjoyed that, and I hope that really helps. This is probably a lot of cards I put out. I like, I don't charge anybody for the service. To me, my idea is that, people in tarot and psychic readings, they should never charge for this, because when you introduce money into something that you want, that will always influence you, your feelings and emotions, where it can definitely skew the reading and stuff like that. And I think this knowledge should definitely come for free. So yes, Paloma, I'm so happy. Okay, so for those of you who joined, welcome. I'm about to go into Joyce. Joyce, I assume you're still there. And what I'm going to say to Joyce, I'm going to say the same thing to everybody here who's new, because I don't want you to ask any of your questions in the chat, and because I want it to be a intimate, I want it to be an intuitive style reading, because I don't want to be biased towards your questions. Like, if somebody says, "Oh, will I get the job tomorrow?" or "What's my job about?" or "What is my future?" Like, if I know what the question is, then obviously I'm gonna try to figure out more about the cards towards that question. And to me, I want to work. I'm a hard worker. I like to work for what I do. So So everybody who's new here, and for Joyce, you've already done this already. We're gonna have you do it again because we want to create new vibrations. This is how I want to try to get a question, and so I want you to take in a deep breath and just listen to my voice. You're standing in front of a beautiful lake in the mountains. The lake is completely clear. It's like a sheet of glass just mirroring everything, the mountains with the snow tops, the trees, nature, everything. It's just so beautiful. This is to bring you to tranquility, to peace. That way you get the best of energy. And when you're there, you're going to feel like the tinglies on your skin. That means you're at peace in this very moment. And you're going to use this peace to help communicate to me. Now, that lake that's super clear and still, that's the universe, and the universe is waiting for you. In your hand, you're going to imagine that you're opening up, and inside your hand is a rock. That rock is your question. You're going to toss that rock into the water. Now, when you toss that rock into the water, those ripples are flowing out. That's the vibrations, because the universe has received your question, and now it's sending its question to me. And I want you to use that as practice when your turn comes up. So I have Joyce, and I think after Joyce is Undertaker, and then King Boomy. So yes, toss that rock in there. Let the vibrations come to me. Okay. Grab myself here real quick. Okay. Which deck should we use? Joyce. I have like a virtual brick on my hand on this side, so I'm going to go with this one. Reason it took me a little bit longer on this one, I think, and tell me if I'm wrong, Joyce. I think that you probably doubted this a little bit in terms, because this is a very different approach on how I ask these questions. I think you probably kind of doubted it, but you went along with it, and I think that's kind of why it took me a while, because the vibrations, took its time to come to me, and that's quite all right. We all have our doubts. We all have to ask questions, so it's quite all right. Okay. All right, let's add some chaos. Oops, I didn't do that correctly. Let's add some chaos to these cards, because in order to have order, we need to have a little chaos. Okay. Okay, Joyce, what's your question about? Okay, so we have here, and the cameras are reversed, so it looks like I'm going from right to left. It's actually left right here, and then going right. So I apologize. The camera has it reversed. So let's see here. Ace of Water. This is about new emotions, new relationships, like that. You might see some of the writings here on these cards, and I actually go by the Rider White deck to kind of tell these stories. But we have the Ace of Water here, which is also known as the Ace of Cups, and the cup is about emotions. And usually this cup is like runneth over, right? Like, because it's brand new. You got a lot of emotions to start out with something. And then we have here the Dreamer card. The Dreamer is like the Fool, and usually the Fool is about like you know, um, kind of high strung, willing to do what it takes to get to where they're going, and just kind of like, you're almost like you're running, not walking, so to speak, to really get to what you want to do. Like you're a complete dreamer. You want to. There's a lot of things that you want to do. And then we have the Nine of Air, which Nine of Air is about like sleepless nights, bad dreams, and things like that. Your question, or at least what the universe wants to talk to you about. Let's get some more cards. And while I'm dealing this out, just kind of let you know, these angel cards, usually these are about, I usually use these cards about like when it comes to emotional, spiritual things like that. Not really for work related things, but it can offer work related. It's just, it really depends on which the universe wants to communicate me with. And I usually, with the relationship that I built with these cards, this one's usually more about emotional, and we kind of see this because this is a lot more colorful, a lot more animated, and that's how I feel our emotions are. Okay, so Joyce, I think what the universe is trying to tell me here. Just make sure I'm understanding this correctly here. Yeah. Joyce, I think you're currently in a relationship. These cards are telling me that you're probably in a relationship right now, but I think you're wanting to know if this relationship is right for you. And the reason why I'm saying this, because we have the Dreamer's card upside down. You're not really able to chase your dreams a lot. Like, this relationship is kind of brand new because we have like this Ace of Water, right? But I think with this new relationship, and it probably has it been more than let's see here. How long has it been? We have a 9 plus a 4, so that's 13. That's 4 plus 5, 6. That's 10. That's 1. Less than a year, maybe. I think that's how long this relationship has probably been. And I might be wrong, but I'm just trying to kind of use some intuition here to kind of better understand this. It's a new relationship, but I think you feel that this relationship is probably not good because you feel that you're not able to proceed forward with your dreams, and you've lost sleep on this too. Though this relationship with the Nine of Water, the Nine of Water is like the Nine of Cups. There's like some satisfaction, right? And that's what the Nine of Water is about. It usually shows a guy who sits in front of like this row of cups that are lined up perfectly around him, right? And Nine of Cups is about this guy just kind of satisfied with his emotions, but even though with you being satisfied, again, yes, absolutely, you can tell me if I'm right or wrong. Please tell me, because if I'm wrong, I want to be able to decipher this correctly, because I need to learn my failures. I want to, because every day, no matter how many years of experience you have, somebody could say I have 30 years of experience. You're always learning. You're always continuing to learn, right? But yeah, I think this is a kind of like a new relationship. You're pretty satisfied with it, but goals are not being completed, and you see your future like you want to do things, but you're not able to proceed forward. And that's what the Two of Fire is about. The Two of Fire is like the Two of Wands. The Two of Wands are about like you're looking forward out that window, and you are you want to move forward, but you're not, because you're like in the house, right? And taking out these major arcana cards here for a second, because you have like the water and the air card. Water and air doesn't really go well together. That can cause a lot of waves, right? Whereas the water and fire, you're adding water to the fire, it kind of extinguishes out that fire. But if it's in reverse, though, it was fire added to the water, you're like creating steam, and it can be kind of like a steamy passion and stuff like that. But yeah, I'm not seeing. I'm seeing something like that here. I was dating someone for a few months, but broke up with him recently. Ah, that really explains this. That it does explain. And I even said like if it was a relationship less than a year, because that's what these cards that these last three cards came up with. I kind of do a little bit of numerology and reduction, and I think it was these cards here. Yeah. I had like the 9 here, 9 plus 6. Is that 6? No, that's 4. Excuse me. That's 13. 3 plus 1 of 13, or at least reduced down as 4. And then you have 6. 4 plus 6 is 10. And then reducing 10 is 1. So I kind of figured it's maybe like a less than a year relationship. I think your question, let's see here, because I even put out this extra card here, this Lover's card, because you really want, I think you really wanted this relationship, but there was these things that's kind of conflicting with these water cards that you had going on here, and you yourself are very a loving person, and that's why you're looking for love. Mm-hmm. That explains these two, at least these two right here. You have the Dreamer card, right? And it's upside down. And you're having those sleepless nights, like I mentioned here, this 9 of air. So I think you've been fantasizing, right? Because I even mentioned here earlier that you have the Dreamer's card. It's about, not being able to do what you want, right? And then you're losing sleep. There's like fear there, right? And that kind of makes sense now. Like, you are losing that sleep because of this past relationship. And it's funny that you're saying this past relationship because you have a single guy right here, right? I think your question, especially what you just said right now, and I kind of see it too. I think you wanted to know if you can proceed forward with this relationship, or what do you need? What do you want to do with that past, person? I think, and I think that's where it's coming from here. Let me just cut this deck here real quick and get some details. Okay. So the King of Air, which is also known as the King of Swords, swords can also mean about communication, thoughts, and things like that. And with the King of Air, he's like a natural born leader. And I think this is actually, and seeing that it's funny because we have air here, right? These air cards. So this kind of goes in relationship to what you were saying, that someone from your past, because this person's kind of altering your thoughts, right? So this person that you're probably thinking about, and correct me if I'm wrong, but this person is probably like a natural born leader, the person that you've been kind of thinking about in your past. Page of air. Now the page is usually about a boy who's been born into a very royal, or even that what you call it, a luxurious family, like a rich family, right? But this boy becomes sort of like the servant for the king in a good way, where he's learning about a lot of things, and he gets upgraded to squire, and then upgraded to possibly even a knight by doing all these deeds. It also means about creativity, because with being a boy and a student learning about these things, he has to be creative in terms of, in order to finish these accomplishments, in order to become that squire and that knight. And with this being reversed, like, I don't think he's really looking for things. He's grounded, and that's another thing with the king: stability, grounded, father figure. And this page of air, he's kind of not really looking for anything. He's stable where he's at, because we even have this life experience, which is also known as the Tower card. Tower cards usually talks about, like, there's some sort of sorrow because the tower fell over, and it caused a lot of changes in people's lives and things like that. And he's not looking for change. This guy, like, he's already doing his business, but he's not wanting to learn anything new. He's really stable. And then he has a life experience upside down, which is also known as the Tower card. He's not really looking for any change. I dream about the past guy a lot. It's like my soul goes to him. It's the strangest thing. Oh yeah. Usually, I've heard this in movies. Usually that means like you imprinted yourself on this person, and when you imprint yourself this person, they may not know it, but you definitely do, and you have this connection, and the universe connects us. It's like that, it's like the operator of all the people in the world. We send out our vibrations so strongly that it can connect us to that other person. And even like when the connection's broken physically, it doesn't mean that your spirit and your emotions will not be connected as well. Like, he probably has like a really strong place in his heart for you, but not probably in the way how you see it. And that's why he probably lets you feel him, or at least he lets you bring him into your emotions and your thoughts, because there was a compatibility there. We weren't together long. It was long distance, and we only met in one person once. Oh, we only met in person once. Yeah. And talking from life experience on that, sometimes the first experience is like a honeymoon experience, right? And my partner and I usually say, like, there's the honeymoon phase, and sometimes the honeymoon phase doesn't really last that long. But that's what I'm saying right here. Like, he's already set with what he wants to do. That's kind of what I'm getting from this, because right now, and you kind of confirmed it already, we have these, right? This first part, a new relationship that has formed, but the relationship is not working out because it's just, you're having sleepless nights, and it's not what you want. You're not getting what you want in this relationship, right? That's kind of usually what the dreamer is about, really. I mean, I could easily say, oh yeah, this is about the person that you're having thoughts about, but that's the easy way out on that, right? I think, at least my feelings are, is that with this dreamer card, you want something from this relationship, but you're not getting it, and it's also in tune with these dreams that you're having. And then you have this Nine of Water, like, you were satisfied with it for a while, but there was no completion, because the World card is about completing goals, and it really did make you feel complete. There was, like, you're satisfied, but you're not satisfied, and this gap here, you just kind of followed your heart, which is good, and then the Two of Fire, you're holding that world, your world is an oyster in your hand, and you're looking at the world out your window, but are you taking on that path to get what you want? No, you don't feel that you're ready, or there's just something there that's preventing you from proceeding forward. And that's what the Two of Fire is. Two is usually about duality, making choices and things like that. We look at this card here too. Like, you see one guy looking super happy. You can't really see it, this one, but there's this guy right here. He looks super happy, and has like this dragon kind of like, say, hey, this is really cool. They're really ready to go on this adventure. But you have this guy right here who's looking kind of very stern, not really sure of himself. And that's kind of like what the Fire, or at least the Two of Wands, is about. When you look at the picture of the Two of Wands in the Rider-Waite deck, that the person is kind of standing high on top of his castle, looking out onto the ocean. And it's sort of like, looking at his world, but, he's not taking that first step. Now we have, this Lover's card that was kind of introduced into this too. And this, I think, is you. Like, you have a lot of love to give, and I put this on top here because, I think you wanted that relationship to work out. But as you even said too, the person that keeps coming in your head is kind of, doing things. But I'm sorry to say this, but this person is not looking for anything. I could be wrong, but The thing is, I really feel strongly that because with the King of Air, he's stable already. He's not looking to learn anything new about what he wants to know about, and he's not looking for change in his life. Let me just pull up a couple more answer cards in terms of what you should do for yourself, right? Because it is healthy to fantasize, but there needs to be a moment where you close that door in your life, where you close that door to where this person in your past just becomes as a not a faint memory, just a chapter in your book, and it just kind of gets indexed at that point. So let's look at some answer cards real quick because I have some other people who are wanting their turn. I have to get to my some of my other things here. These are really interesting. Joyce, you don't really how can I say this? You don't like drawing attention to yourself a lot, do you? I feel that oh, he wants a certain type of relationship. Are you talking about the person of your dreams or the person that you broke up with? While I'm waiting for that, because I think there's a lag with the question. The dream guy, yeah. Yeah, see, and I think it kind of goes in line with this, right? Because he's stable. He knows what he wants in his life. He's not looking for anything new. Like the page here, page is about learning and being creative, but it's upside down. It's reversed. So he's not looking. He's not looking to, get into something new, right? He already knows what he wants in his relationship. He doesn't want any change, and that's why I think what you're saying there. He wants a certain type of relationship, but you can't do it. And that kind of goes with what he's what's saying right here, that it's either you hold this face for me at this time, or I don't know what the conditions are, but it's sort of like a conditional, I guess, but it's not really conditions. It's just metaphorically speaking here, there's conditions with his relationship that he wants, and it's just not going to work out because that's what I'm saying right here. He's grounded. He's not looking for any change in terms of what he wants. Now, for you, Joyce, I think for some reason you don't really give yourself enough attention or like pampering. I think that you are kind of like a homebody, and the reason why I'm saying that, not homebody, but like you're very grounded. And I say that because of the Earth cards, right? The Earth is usually the Pentacles card too, but the Earth is about being grounded, with realistic goals, jobs, money, things like that. And before I get to the King of Earth, Knight of Earth is about living the life of luxury. And that one's kind of standing out for me, really. And I think you need to pamper yourself, I think. I really do think that you need to kind of put more attention to yourself. Because with this dream person, and I think you're kind of jumping one relationship to another, and I think you need to kind of maybe slow it down just a little bit and focus on you for a little bit. This King of Earth is really about the King of Pentacles having everything that you want, right? And usually in the King of Pentacles in the Rider-Waite deck, he has everything that he needs. He sits on a throne, lush of flowers, plants, things like that, holding onto his pentacles. He has the castle in the background, so it's like, he has everything, and I think that's what you need. What you need to define what is your everything. And with this right here, it's saying that it's not emotional, is what your emotions is not what you really need. It's more like you need to kind of like pamper yourself and be a little selfish, buy yourself some things, and living the life of luxury a little bit, kind of letting yourself go. Because you even have this Queen of Fire here. The Queen of Fire, which is also the Queen of Wands. But we're looking at this as fire because that can be like a passion and just like a fire. and it's kind of a bad metaphor, but a wildfire spreads really, really fast, right? Um, Especially with earth. If you're adding earth to a fire, like sticks and trees and stuff like that, that's going to make that fire ablaze, right? You have two earths and one fire here, and as you add these earthly elements to the fire is going to grow. That's your passion. The queen of fire is you. You are the queen. When the queen is like compassion, loving. Um, um, I just saw your question. What you said, LOL. That the two signs I asked about. Which ones were those? Maybe I didn't understand that part. But to kind of finish what I was saying about the Queen of Fire, the Queen of Fire is you. The Queen of Fire is about being not maternal, but it's more like, the Queen is like about being very compassionate, forgiving, and also loving in a sense to where you're really connected with people and things. The guys, Aries and oh, yeah, I get it. I think you really should pamper yourself, and with that, grow your passion about yourself too. And you probably are already confident about yourself. I mean, it already shows here that it's an upright. Actually, I made this upright because your answer questions, but your answer cards. But the Queen of Fire, you are this woman that you need to focus on your passion, and once you get this passion ablaze, and that you can create that passion to grow by adding in these earthly elements. Give yourself a little luxury for yourself to make you feel good. It's okay. It's okay to kind of shower ourselves with gifts like that, because sometimes material things can be uplifting, and we try sometimes not to spoil ourselves, right? But this is a time of spoiling yourself. It is a new year coming around anyway, so you definitely can use that to help you not distract, but really kind of put closure onto these two guys, because I don't think these two guys are really, really meant for you. Get yourself grounded. King of Earth is about getting what you want, living that life of luxury, therefore growing that passion for you. And I think that's what you should really do. You should really focus on that. Anything else that the universe wants to tell you real quick? Yeah, we got more fire here. Knight of Fire says you're probably not going to do it as fast as I pretty much explained it. You probably won't do this stuff here, giving yourself the life of luxury. You'll do it, but you probably won't do it as quickly as one would may hope. But you will get recognition, though. Six of Fire is about pomp and circumstance. You're getting recognition for what you're doing. So, like when you do that life of luxury, you're pampering stuff like that, you're going to turn heads. I really do, because, and I'm saying this, and I say this in terms of like, when you have your, anybody has different body types, figures, looks, and things like that. It really depends on the energy that you radiate out. You're going to attract a lot of people, despite if you're, as attractive or unattractive. I have really no better way of explaining this, because I don't know you as a person. But I always say this to my friends, who usually says that, oh, I'm not as pretty as that or something like that. And it's like, it's not about if you're pretty or not. It's about the quality of your personality. And really, once you do that stuff, you fix that quality of your inner self. Again, that Queen of Fire, this is you. You're fixing your passion about yourself, that confidence. Six of Fire, you're going to turn heads. That's about recognition. You're going to turn heads, and people are going to get attracted to you. And then these two guys, they're just going to be like two little toothpicks kind of hidden inside your utensils drawer. You don't know where they went. You lost them. You don't care about it anymore, because you have bigger and better things ahead. And that's my reading for you. And I really hope you enjoy that. And I really hope it was helpful to you too. Whew. Okay. Oh boy. That was a pretty big reading too. And I do apologize for the readings go quite long. I like them to be thorough. I like to talk about things like that. I like it to spread out. Okay, so, I have time to maybe do one more. I'll see if I just have to get to a couple of chores like my laundry, but um, I'm gonna do one more. Take care of some of my things, and I'll be back. So let's see here. I did Joyce, and I believe Undertaker, you are next. Yes, you are. Undertaker, are you still with me? For some reason, I keep thinking you use the Undertaker like on those wrestling. The Undertaker. I would like to. Oh well, don't. I don't want to read the question just yet. um. Okay. It's okay. I'd like to know if there will be a reunion with my ex. Okay. So no, it's okay. It's okay. Don't get any more details about your ex. What I will do, now that I know what the question's about, we'll definitely get to that. I think what I'm going to do is I want to learn more about your ex, okay? And then I'm going to learn a little bit more about you. So instead of casting your stone into the water, I want you to just kind of, think about yourself, or like pushing these these rays of light from your heart and your body, and you're making those rays of light coming at my direction, right? And this will kind of help me better understand who you are and this X, and then we can try to get to your question. All right. Okay. All right. Yeah, I've actually been already doing this one, so actually I'm going to stick with this one. That was a good sign, actually. So I'm going to stick with the Raider White deck, actually. Even though I usually don't do like relationships with Raider White, this one is like, this deck has been super honest with me. I do a lot of like test readings and stuff like that, where I tell the universe, hey, give me a test scenario. I just want to kind of test my abilities. And one time it gave me like these cards saying that this woman is trying to get between this guy and the girl. I was like, what the heck kind of story is this? Okay. But the world is full of a lot of things. All right. All right. So let's learn about the X real quick. The X. And this is a pink quartz, by the way, for those of you who are wondering what this is. And this is usually, about love, good energy, things like that. And I like to tell the universe that the intent of this deck is really just to learn and to provide clarity. That's the intention. Okay. The Chariot. So the Chariot, the story behind this one is, as we imagine in any movie, maybe you saw like the Mockingjay or whatever that movie is, the Hunger Games, the girl and the guy rode in a chariot, right? And it's about power, it's about showing off, but it's also about journeys. But there's also a conflict in this journey because we have these two, lion figures, so to speak, and they're looking in different directions. So there's some type of conflicts there, but this journey actually is kind of, far, it's really fast paced, right? They can take off in a blast. But with the reverse, to me, at least my feelings say that this journey is kind of short lived. We have the Three of Swords. Usually this depicts like a tragedy, some type of hurt, sadness. And then we have the Five of Pentacles. And the Five of Pentacles is about, and by the way, with the Three of Swords, we obviously see like the pain because we have swords piercing through our heart. That's definitely painful, especially in the real world, right? But with the Five of Pentacles, this is a story about like you have like these homeless people. They kind of had their stream of bad luck. They lost their belongings, their homes, their money, their jobs, like that. You have this woman here clinging on to her warmth with like a few shards of blankets that are kind of badly ripping, but then you have a person here who's on a broken leg, and they're walking in this snowy storm, so to speak. But then right behind them is sort of like a church or a home or something like that. But they're not willing to take on the help of others to help them out. So they're continuing on their path, right? Now, I'm trying to find out who this person is, this ex of yours. I feel that he was on a path of some sort, but he came to a screeching halt. Not because it was really sadness, because this is actually reversed, and sometimes that can be the opposite of sadness, but it's still like some type of pain, but not as painful, right? And maybe not really. I wouldn't say that not too painful with like maybe he kind of expected it, and that's kind of what my feelings were saying with this, right? He kind of expected this pain. He's dealing with it, that, and whatever that path that he was with, and this is probably the relationship that he probably once had. I'm not sure just yet. I'm about to pull more cards about it, but or let's see here. I wonder if he yeah, hold on a second. I need to pull more cards with this one. This one's kind of weird. Short path with pain. He's really lost a lot of something, actually. And that's kind of what the Pentacles is about, actually. He lost something, right? This happened, right? This happened here, and after that happened, he lost it all, right? And he's afraid to kind of turn around to go for the help, or maybe even beg for forgiveness of whatever he did here. And I need to cut that. That's what I need to cut the deck real quick and redraw. Knight of Swords. He's a really fast talker. There's a lot of conflict with him too. And he's not really good with money either. But I think this kind of ties in with what this is. Like, whatever this thing he's not good about, it may not just be the money. Maybe it's just something that he's not really good at dealing with. He lost it, causing pain. But it's not pain with him, maybe? Did he hurt you? He hurt you a lot. Oh, so he did hurt you. And I think that's what I was about to ask that, actually. I wasn't paying attention to the chat because I'm looking down here. Yeah. And whatever this relationship was, let me see here. We have 6, 7, 8. Queen. There's 10, 11. It's 12, 11, 2, 6, 7, 8. I think you were together for a very long time, I think. Or at least maybe a little bit more than a year. The reason why I say that is I came up with the number 9 with these 3 cards, right? I had 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, so I came up with like the number 10. And 10 usually is like, obviously it's at the end of the deck. So I think it's been more than a year of how long you guys actually been together. And he's a fast talker, but it's not really, like see with this card here, the reason I'm struggling with this, because the Knight, I always seem to struggle with the Knight, because we see here he's already charging. He's already in that direction. We see these trees here. It's blowing against him, and we know this blowing against him because his cape and his helmet's blowing in one direction. Now, the swords, sometimes depicts pain, but we have a lot of clouds here in the background, which is usually a sign of talk, right? A lot of ideas, communication. With it reverse here, um, um, he's a fast talker, but not really good with the ideas. Like the ideas is not for everybody. I think it's like more for him, I suppose, and it causes conflict. And he's not good at these ideas at all. I think whatever he did here, because like I said, whatever he did here, he was a fast talker, which caused a lot of conflict, and then he lost it in his relationship. Um, Before you tell me what he did, because I'm going to try to get into 5 months. Okay, so. Before this issue happened, I think you felt that you guys were about to make it. Like, even though 5 months is kind of a short time, you were super happy. I think you felt that a lot was going in the right direction. And then, boom. I'm sorry to say this. I may be wrong with this, but did he cheat on you? And the reason why I asked that, because, it shows here you have these 5 pentacles of something that's been lost, right? And not going back for any help about it. We have the Page of Cups, which is usually like somebody starting out, learning about the relationship. We have like these waves in the background here, waves of emotion, but it's reversed though. And whatever, because you felt that this was going pretty well. You thought everything was like a happy relationship. And that's what the Ten of Cups is about, happy relationships. That you felt everything was super stable, but it was like a complete 180 here, because the tower here is about sorrow. We have these people kind of falling out because there's some destruction there. And I think these two are really related. That I don't know, my intuition is saying that he probably kind of cheated on you, I suppose. It really has something to do with something emotion bound, that the way how he hurt you. Is that correct? And I know it's going to probably take some time for you to answer that because there's a delay with this video, but I'll keep an eye on the chat when you say that. Now, as a person, I'm seeing more in terms of what he actually did instead of more like what you don't know if he cheated on you. How did he hurt you? Go ahead and let me know, because I'm actually, I want to make sure I'm on the right path here. If you don't mind sharing that, and if you don't want to, that's perfectly fine. You don't have to share that. But let's see here. He definitely did something though. I mean, I'm seeing this right here in between the Page of Cups and your Ten of Cups. You are here. And this is the result of whatever he did. Feeling very heavy on this. So the 5, 6, 7, 8, the 8 of Swords. Now this is a story about a woman who's bound down, covered with her eyes, and she's down at the beach, surrounded by these swords. So it's sort of like she's in this conflict, right? But she needs to figure out a way to get out of this. We had a stupid argument, and within a second, they were all destroyed. Oh, wow. You know what? That makes a little bit more sense in terms of what these other two cards were. Like, this really actually makes a lot more sense. And that's why I was really kind of questioning if it was really cheating. I wasn't really actually very sure about that. And I sounded very unsure about it because things were going well. Then this destruction happened, and no longer the relationship happened. And that's exactly what the story says here. you know. And then we have this, right, reversed. Now what the story is about, like, you have this woman here trapped by these swords. She can't see what she's doing, and she's standing over these puddles of water. So um, she's trying to go through these conflicts of her emotions and stuff like that, and she really just has to think her way out of it. She can't, she can't escape it. She's already bound, and she has kind of to feel her way through it. Now with it reversed like that, and then we have these two right here. I think the issue, or whatever the argument that you guys had, I think this probably won't be much of a resolution to it. I mean, and your question was about like if you and your ex will get together, right? I have a couple of signs here that kind of says yes. And the reason why I say that, but I say kinda, the reason why I say that, because I don't have any emotion cards here, the cups. I have here Ace of Swords and an Ace of Wands. Okay. These talk about new ideas, new methods of communication, things like that, but it's more like new ideas and success. Whereas the Ace of Wands is about setting off on a new journey. And the reason why and here's the thing too, because even if you did get together, this is not going to be resolved very fast at all. Like usually if this is upright, there's hope, right? She has to way to fill it through, but it's kind of reversed. So, with me, is either because you're not putting enough energy into the issue, or it's just going to take a lot of time with that. Whereas the Ace of Swords, there is going to be some type of success if you do get together. But look closely. We have these rocky mountains on the background here. So even with this new starting point, Ace is like the start, like number one, right? With these new ideas, it's going to be a rocky terrain. It's going to be a lot of work involved. And then we have this Ace of Wands. Now, I think it's funny the fact that you got an Ace of Wands and an Ace of Swords right side by side, because with the sword combined with the wand, I usually do this with my angel cards, because you're combining the elements and stuff like that. So if I was to combine these two elements here, you're using the sword to kind of cut down the stick, so you can form the stick to however you want to, with this communication that you're talking about here. So I can set forth this new journey, and there's still ways to go. But we notice here there's a river, and in the background there's trees and some hillsides, and then eventually there's the home, or at least a castle where you want to go. And usually the wands, it's about journey, right? And of course passion too. But in this case right now, I'm saying it's journey, because you can use a stick to kind of help you go on a path, like on a hike or something like that. So there's going to be a really emotional journey here in order to get to the point of interest, which is that castle. And then I can use the sword to kind of hack off this wood however I want it to be. So to kind of answer your question, if there will be a reunion, there can be a reunion, but you guys need to talk it out, right? There needs to be some agreement here, right? And there might be some success too. But the problem is, even if you guys get together, it's going to be a lot of work, because you have this here. This is going to be a continued issue, and I'm not sure exactly how long this is going to be, but a person can put things on the back burner, and then it can always come back up and then cause a new issue. And the thing is, depending on this next card, and I'm wondering if it is going to be the card I think it's going to be, you need to have compassion with this issue. Even when two people get into an argument, you need to have a little bit of compassion about the issue. It's not about right or wrong. It's just about nurturing the issue and see how you can try to get yourself out of it. He avoided at first, and I was after chase him, and then I stopped because I see this doesn't go anywhere. But now I have some things like stalking me on social media and hit me some likes on Facebook and Instagram. He was very unclear. So yeah, it's rocky. I mean, the social media, it could probably relate to the sword, the communications like that. But there's a whole journey to this, and if you guys are going to get together, it's going to take a lot of work. It's not going to be easy at all. And then these new things that you're talking about, like he's stalking you on social media, that's not healthy at all. There needs to be some sort of balance with that, and clarity in personal space. Like he's probably stalking you because he really misses you a lot. Let's see here. Answer cards. Yep, that came up exactly how I wanted. So the death card. Now, we look at this and some people are like, oh, death card. No, the death card is really about bringing an end to something and possibly having some new beginnings. Really, that's kind of how I see it, and it can also definitely mean certain things depending on the situation. Now, this is an answer card in terms of what you should do. And when I was pulling actually these things out, I was really kind of, talking about putting an end to social media. Bam, right there. He needs to put a stop to that. And you have the Three of Wands here, which is about setting forth on your journey. We have this guy here kind of looking out onto the ocean, a golden ocean. And this is about being comfortable moving forward. He is now able to move forward. He's passed through those two wands and he's holding on to that third for support. So I think there needs to be some clarity here. See, and that's why I was saying, looking back at these three here, with this being a lot of work, I mean, this is pretty much answering your question, right? And I said, if you did get together, it's going to take a lot of work. And there's still an issue happening here with this, swords, the Eight of Swords here, right? This is still going to be a very long issue, and you're going to have a very rocky, relationship to work on. It's going to take a lot of work for you to get through this. But then you have here the issue talking about the stalking that needs to stop. First and foremost, needs to stop. Okay, and hello, Angel. And then we have the path card here. You're moving forward on your path. If you move forward on your path, it needs to be for you. And this right here is more like a doorway to new beginnings in a sense. Like you're not facing towards the back, right? He's not facing us in this card because the facing us is like facing his past, right? He's looking out more towards the future. He's looking out there. And with those ships out there, he's going to take on one of those ships. He's going to move forward. And I think that's what you actually probably need to do. This is an answer card here. This is an answer card for you. You need to move forward. Put a stop to that BS, move forward. And then you have the Queen of Pentacles. Now you notice here, now it doesn't mean Pentacles means it has about money, job, things like that. This is more about nurturing. We see here, full of life. Look at all this, the life, the flowers. We also have the water in the background and the blue mountains right there representing the emotions. We have the rabbit right here being connected to nature. And you see her just lightly holding on to the pentacles, right? And she's just holding on to it gently. That's like a motherly thing. So what that means is that the situation, right? Handle it with care. As you pass through, handle it with care. And seeing that this relationship's only been 5 months and you guys got into this kind of relationship, hi Angel, we'll see in just a little bit. If I have time, I might have to put this on a quick pause to do some quick, I did, cycle some things in my laundry, but I'll definitely have a chance. But don't put your question in the chat, please. Okay, I have a process to kind of help get to your questions. All right, so Undertaker, nurture the situation, okay? And whatever this path is, it's your choice. Either you go back to him or you don't. You move forward. Just take care of yourself. Okay, that's most important. Okay. And then again, looking back at these other ones, these other three that I mentioned, which were, these three right here, 1, 2, 3. That's just putting the answer to your question that you mentioned earlier. If you and your ex will get back together, and yeah, you'll still have your problems. It's going to be a lot of work, but realistically, the universe wants you to put a stop to that ish. Focus on you. Go set forward on your path. Here we go. Set forward on your path. Okay, move forward. It's only been 5 months. Heartbreaks or breakups is always hard to deal with. Stick to that path of taking care of yourself. That's most important, and that's what this is all about. The Queen of Pentacles, nurturing the physical, which is you. Yep. And if you only have yourself and you have no other obligations, then you probably dodged a bullet. Now, as far as the whole social networking thing, I don't need the tarot cards to tell me this. You need to put a stop to that. Bam, right there. So you better put some blocks up there, honey. You'd be like, see you later. You drop me another line on Instagram like that again, or whatever. You start stalking me, then I am just gonna go ahead and unfriend you. I mean, me personally, I actually don't really follow Facebook or social media for a lot of reasons. So I don't know if you've ever seen those memes out there where people they put their world out there on like Facebook and they lose their jobs, their relationships because of it, and it's a hassle. And you really got to be careful about what you post out there. And I think maybe you should probably make a change in terms of what you do post out there. Make it more about like maybe some of your interests, like in maybe a hobby or something like that. That's usually what I do. Usually take a lot of photos and I'll just post it online about my dog or, things like that. Maybe some things about me and maybe my partner, but I really just use the social networking just for like artistic reasons. And really, there's nothing wrong with doing it just that, where you can kind of like, separate yourself from the world, because I myself am on a spiritual journey, and a lot of things that I've read or at least learned is that if you're embarking on a spiritual journey to help yourself, there's times where you just need to be alone, and uh, it's probably a good thing right now just to kind of be by yourself for the time being and just really take care of yourself. This is you. You are the queen. The queen. I am the Queen of Pentacles. Okay, I'm just kidding. But yeah, I really hope this was helpful to you. And whoever this guy is, I mean, if you said it was like a stupid argument, even you think it's a stupid argument, then maybe, and it's within a 5 minute or not 5 minute, but a 5 month relationship, then maybe it's really not the right time for that kind of relationship. And maybe you might get together as friends. There's nothing wrong with being friends either, but relationship wise, it's gonna come up to be a lot of work. Okay, I need to take a quick break, everybody. So I'm just gonna put this on a quick pause. If you'd like to stay here with me, I would really like it. I see here that we have I have King Boomy 21, and I also have Angel Moon in the next of the list. So for those of you who are sticking around, please make friends. Don't put your questions in the chat. That's all I ask. I do have a method of how I want to do this, and I will get back to you in a short minute. All right. And while I'm doing that, let me go ahead and cleanse these cards real quick. All right, be right back. Okay. All right. Thank you very much all for your patience and waiting. Okay, so welcome anybody who's new here. So just a quick note that do not post your questions in the chat. I do have my own method in taking and helping out with the questions. And my dog is now trying to get my attention. What do you want? Daddy's trying to work. Wait. I'm sorry. Give me 1 second. Go lay down. Go lay down. Okay. All right. Yes, you're all welcome to reading. So, quick thing. Please do not put your questions into the chat. I do have a method of how I would like to obtain these questions. And I think the next person I have next here is King Boomy 21. Are you still there with me? King Boomy 21 going once. King Boomy 21 going twice. Okay. Just saw a couple people just drop out too. It'd be nice if I could see who's on the chat. Anyway, all right. So, Angel Moon, yes, you are next. So, this is my process for all of you who are new. I have Angel Moon, and then I have Purple Violet, Kiani, Danielle, and then Sky Blue. If I'm not, if I'm seeing this in order here, yeah. So this is my process. I try to do intuitive reading where I don't want to know your question because I don't want to be biased and with my reading. I feel that's the best way to communicate to tarot readers and psychics and stuff like that because it's always easy for maybe a tarot person or a person who's reading your fortune, things like that, where you go, oh yeah, I want to know about XYZ, and then they're going to do like, oh, okay, and they'll try to, there's a thing called cold reading, and I really believe in the universe. I believe in the energies and things like that, and I try to use my intuition and my connection with the universe. So to do that, I want all of you, especially Angel Moon, to close your eyes. Close your eyes and feel that you're in a very tranquil, calm place. And that place is a beautiful lake surrounded by mountains with snow tops and trees and life. And that lake is so crystal clear. It's like looking at like a mirror. And that lake represents the universe. Now, taking a deep breath. Now look at your hand. Inside your hand is a rock. That rock is your question. You're going to throw that rock to the universe in the lake. You're going to watch those ripples grow from where you threw that rock in. And that rock right there, or at least the ripples, are going to reach to me. Angel, I think I feel for some reason, I kind of felt this with some other people too. I think you kind of threw in a really heavy rock for some reason. I feel like that my energy, I just had a wave of energy, exactly how like that. I felt like a wave of energy just kind of hit me as if like it was like a huge wave. Okay, so I think that's great. Okay, so I definitely received it. I felt it. Usually what I do is I feel the tingles. That's kind of like what my energy is. That's how I feel my energy. So, okay, let's see here. Through your question in. So let's figure out what these questions are. I have my angel deck, was usually about emotions and relationships, whereas the Rider-Waite deck is more like real world situations. This one's more like the hard truth, where this one's sort of like the comfort truth in a way, but they both equally do the same job. So let's see. I'm feeling a lot of vibration in this one, so we'll go with the Rider-Waite deck. Okay. All right, so we're going to go ahead and add some chaos to the cards, because in order to have order, you need to have a little bit of chaos. It's unfortunate, but true. I was watching a video one time, and they're talking about how we need to have evil with the good, because if we had movies and it was nothing but good, they'd be boring movies. We'd have no evil, right? So, yeah. All right. All right. So let's see what your question's about. Okay. So I like to tell the stories about these cards. That's why it kind of took me a while on these last ones. Hey, Anna, you just did. Ah, ha, ha. Just kidding. Please don't ask your question in the chat. Anybody who can help me explain it to her, to Anna, that'd be great. Angel Moon. How I like to explain things. I like to explain the story of these cards. That way it can kind of help make sense, especially when you go to other tarot readers and they pull out these cards. You can kind of make your own story with them, and we try to pay attention to these pictures. So we have here like a divine being, some sort, coming out of the clouds, providing a sword. Ace is one, and swords are usually about communication. You could also mean conflict and things like that. Now, the Ace of Swords is like a starting point, right? Something successful in this card, right? Or we're holding the crown here with these wreaths and everything, and we have light beaming off the hands here. And then, even with the successful start of this idea, of this creativity that you're having, or at least what this card's having, there's going to be a lot of work, because you have, really rocky terrain in the back. Now pages in general, right? Pages is about, children who were born into a luxurious family or in a royal family, or royal friends, and they usually grow to learn to serve their king, and then they also kind of learn to go on a path, right, from being child to being squire, then to being knight, things like that. And usually with the page in general with tarot cards, it's not about creativity, but creativity in terms of what, right? We see here this person's kind of looking over the shoulder, kind of sheepishly, flamboyantly, sort of like, I got this idea, right? And when I say idea, because we're surrounded by clouds here, the air is flowing, stuff like that, and he's standing on top of the earth. The earth is representing, him being grounded with those ideas and creativity, with the some emotions involved, because we have the water out here too. So, but we have this reverse though. You definitely may have some ideas, and there's a lot of different ways that we can read a reversed card. Sometimes it can mean the complete opposite, or you're not putting enough energy into it. How I like to see, it really depends on my feelings tell me, we have to kind of connect these two to get all these three together. But I kind of see that this is probably something that there's an idea, but it's not really all that creative. Perhaps that's kind of what I'm getting with this one. Then we have this. Now, the cups is about emotions, right? We have a man and a woman. We have the man reaching out towards the woman, and this is like a symbiosis, like a loving relationship, man and wife kind of thing. The caduceus with the lion's head, it's like a strong love. So we also even have her in white and blue, which symbolizes a lot about communication and talk. And we have him, which I can't really make out in this picture very well sometimes, but I believe it has something to do with like the gecko or the lizard that usually kind of talks about fire. He even has a red wreath around his head, which, kind of like the same color of fire. But, these two people are lovers. Now, putting these all three together, I'm having a feeling that, let's see here. It is a type of relationship, but not really a loving relationship. I think your question is not really about love, or at least that this what this is not going to go towards. Let's get some more cards here to kind of get more clarity on this. So, and feel free at any time to tell me if I'm wrong, if it doesn't make sense, and you can kind of clarify what's going on, because I need to learn from my mistakes. I need to learn from my failures, and that's what builds me to become stronger with the universe and with these tarot cards, stuff like that. So feel free to tell me if I'm wrong. It's okay. What is this here? I'm having a suspicion. It is involving some type of like connection with a person. I'm not exactly sure if it's loving or not, but I'm not getting any signs here about love except for this one. But this really can also mean just like new relationships forming. But I feel that you have a fear with this connection with this certain somebody. Like it's begun. You may have some doubts about it, about what you guys have been talking about together, but the relationship is forming. But there's some, the Three of Swords, that's about, it's about pain. And you've gone through a lot of pain, I think. And I don't think, and for some reason, this is not, even though you have a lot of swords here going on here, actually that's a lot of swords. There's a lot of masculine things here. And I think this spread here is actually talking about a man. Because honestly, Angel Moon, I don't know, I don't know if you're man or woman. It doesn't really matter. We all love, but this is about talking about a man, and I have here the Three of Swords, which usually indicates sorrow, broken heart, sadness, hurt. You did move on, or at least he moved on, because again, I think this is about the swords. He tried to move on, or at least maybe he kind of not really move on, actually. I think he kind of like he brought in the heartache to you, but he also brought in with him baggage. And that's what this Six of Swords is about. We have the woman here sitting kind of like, sorrowfully in her robe there with her child, next to her. And in the boat are these swords. That's the baggage. That's the conflict that she's been dealing with. And she's trying to kind of, move on. And she is, because we see on one part of the water here, it's all calm. There's land in sight. So she's definitely on her way. Whereas the other side, it's rapids, it's kind of like, there's a lot of activity going on there. But as she's moving on to new beginnings, she's bringing on this baggage. And I think that's what this gentleman has did. He brought on some baggage with him too, which caused a lot of conflict, which caused some of this too. And then you have the moon. The moon usually talks is about like anxiety and conflict and something coming in between you and something else. Because we have, you notice there's symmetry here in this image, right? We have, and what I mean by symmetry, there's like an evenness on both sides of this card, right? But we have a dog, which is usually a domesticated animal, and we have a wolf, which is a wild animal. And we have both of them howling at the sun or the moon, however you wish to see it, along this path. And when you're having a domestic animal with a wild animal, that's going to cause, some anxiety here. And then we have like this crustacean coming out from the water. That's like a symbol of your emotions coming in between this like this issue here. Like there might be somebody here that caused, this to happen. And with this reversed here, like it's not much anxiety, but it's more like maybe like a personal conflict between maybe two people or something like that. Because usually sometimes with the moon, some people like to kind of see this as something coming in between you and another person. And that could be what's actually kind of happening here with this moon card. We have, and I was kind of wrong on this last one, but when I said this before, and it could mean something else, but let me see what you said in the chat here, because I haven't looked up yet. Heartbroken, end of relationship. But I moved out of town. Yes, correct. Okay. So the baggage, I think the baggage is actually what caused this, like this separation that caused the heartache. I almost said that it might have been like a cheating of some sort, which that's not what I'm getting from it. Actually, I kind of hesitate when I say that, which is kind of good. I think it's actually the baggage that he brought on. There's something going on with him that he brought on into this relationship, and it was like all this, like this problems with this baggage, and it just really separated you. It kind of turned the world upside down, kind of hence why this moon is kind of upside down. I think your question here, let me see here. I think your question here is if you guys broke up. Oh yeah, you did end a relationship. I think you're probably asking to see if this ending of the relationship was the right thing to do. I have a feeling, because we have the High Priestess here. The High Priestess is about intuition, right? And she's sitting here. She's holding, she's sort of like the second level up. She's number 2 in the Major Arcana, after the Magician, and she's usually about, the Magician's about creation of that possible thing that you can't obtain, which is, or you can obtain it, but it's just like it's impossible to ask it because you don't know what to actually ask, and that's what the Magician is about. Whereas the High Priestess is about intuitiveness, right? And you want to test your intuition to see if this breakup of this relationship, because I think maybe the breakup happened on your part. You didn't want this to happen any further. We have the Page of Cups here, which is upside down, and again, it's like you don't want to learn anything more about this relationship, right? Because we have the Page of Cups here again about that squire, right? What I mentioned earlier, somebody learning, right? And creative intuity. And we have this waves of emotion in the background with this Page of Cups. He's looking into the cup with that fish, with happiness and, intent. And he's wearing these clothes with like these flowers on it, like a growing passion, a growing emotion. But that's something you don't want, right? And I feel like that's something you don't want to move forward with. But I feel that a new opportunity has come along, because you have the Ace of Pentacles. Ace is usually the starting point, like the Ace of Swords. You have the Ace of Pentacles, bring on new objectives, new money, new work, whatever the case may be. But this is like a physical attribute, right? So maybe something, or somebody is getting presented to you, right? It's a new opportunity, and this happens to be a really good opportunity because look, we have this garden, this walled garden with a grand opening right there, full of flowers all around it. We have white lilies around it and stuff like that. Or not lilies, but like these white flowers in the path. And you have the mountains in the background, which usually indicates that, as you proceed forward past this gateway to this new opportunity, there's going to be work. So, I think that's what your question is about. I think your question is about if your intuition was correct, breaking up with this person. Because let me see here. I want to see how long you've been in this relationship. I have 5, 10, and 11. So we have 5 and reducing 10. It's 15. Well, should I reduce this or no? Yes, reduce it. So I have 5 plus 10, which reducing 10 is 1. So that's 6. Plus 11, which is actually a master number too, which is funny. Reducing that down, that becomes 2. So you have 6, 7, 8. My intuition is telling me 8 years. Have you been with this person with 8 years or around that amount of time? Or at least it's telling me that it was a long relationship. I'm thinking 8 years. Wow. Yeah. So I think that's why you're struggling. 7 to 8. Oof. Thank you, angel cards. You get a pink stone for that one. Feed off that energy. Thank you, angel cards. So yeah, you're testing your intuition. You already know the answer here, I think, because being with as this is a female figure, and usually, and you have a papayas in the background too, which is fruitful, and usually the woman figure in tarot is usually the one with like embracing change, who's the most compassionate person. Is also usually the more creative and thoughtful person as well, with knowledge, especially that, because usually guys like and it's kind of like um, a pigeonholed kind of thing about guys. Guys kind of like react and they go and do, whereas the women is sort of like, yeah, I'm going to think about that first. So Page of Cups. I said that you're testing intuition. You kind of ended this, but there's something new coming around. I'm not exactly sure if you know it or not, but there is a new opportunity around, and let's get some answer cards here. I like to keep the answer cards upright as well. Oh, wow. Okay, so let me address the elephant, because in the room, everybody sees the swords card. We immediately think bad, right? The story behind the nine of swords, that you see the person waking up. He's obviously in a nightgown, and I just had a sign. I had some Christmas lights running on some batteries, and the batteries were dying, but the lights just came on. So something's telling me something here. Kind of weird. But anyway, the story behind this card here is that the person's waking up, nightmares, sleepless nights, things like that, fears. So there's going to be some struggle here with your answer, what you're looking for. And we'll get to that in just a second. But here's some good things here. King of Pentacles and the Queen of Wands. Now, these two complement each other. And the reason why I say that, because the Pentacles is the Earth. It's an Earthbound card. The Wand is a Firebound card. Adding wood to your fire, it's going to create a big warm blaze, right? And it can be a negative, but how I see it, fire. We look at fire like, what can fire be beneficial for? Not just destruction. We use it to cook our food. We use it to keep us warm. We use it to warm up our water and take hot baths and stuff like that, right? And cook our food. So it's a good thing. And I see here, and probably actually kind of go along with this one, I think there's somebody who's going to be pretty fruitful to you. Because it's funny, it's funny how we have the King of Pentacles and the Queen of Wands side by side, upright, and at the same time, even after I cut the deck, after getting the cards, because I always usually cut the deck like this, and get a card from somewhere in here. I let the vibrations do the selection for me. I think someone's going to come in your life who is stable, has everything ready to go, no baggage. The story behind the King of Pentacles is that this king has everything he needs, right? Because we look at this story here, we see, God, I need a better video cam. We have here that everything around here is fruitful. He has his garments all in grapes. He has life building up around him. He has a castle in the background, and he holds onto that pentacle like very gently, like he has no worries at all. And he's just looking at it. It's like, yeah, that's my stuff. This. I made it here. This is mine. This is all mine. And he's not saying that in a bad way, because there's stability there. And I think this pentacle here might be this person coming into your life, perhaps. I'm not saying that it's going to be emotional, like maybe a relationship, but something's going to influence your life in a way where you're going to have stability. And then you're going to have the Queen of Wands, the compassionate part of you, where you have the wands, you have her also holding on to a sunflower. And then with the sunflower, um, and by the way, I apologize. I'm not really good yet with astrology. I'm still kind of learning that. Um, I think that's great that you're Leo. I'm actually a Capricorn, but I don't know the whole compatibility of that just yet. So I do apologize. I just want to be honest and be completely open about that. But anyhow, you have the Queen of Wands. Queen, again, passionate, fertility, giving birth to things. Also, what's comfort and what's the word I'm looking for? Confidence, right? And you're really, and you got to have that confidence with that wand there. You're having like that fire building into you. Like you have a fire within you, and that's what this answer card is saying to me here. That you are this Queen of Wands. You got a passion in you. You got a fire within you, but you're going to be dealing with some heartache here. These restless nights and things like that. Don't let it get to you. I mean, I've read or not read, but I've heard a video a couple of days ago where he said that no matter how much white light you probably try to provide in your situation, there's always going to be darkness. But within darkness, you can see the brightness of the stars, and that's true. Like how telescopes, we have to wait for the nighttime to come around in order for us to see the stars super far away, right? So pain is what's going to define you. Fear will also kind of define you too, but don't let it get to you too much. This is going to overcome this, right? You have your King of Pentacles and Queen of Wands, and with the earth and the fire together, you're going to build a strong blaze. And you know what fire also does? It melts metal, right? With this here growing, either it's a new person in your life or maybe even a job opportunity for that matter. But whatever this is that's coming into your life, it's going to bring stability. It's going to bring like something strong. And then whatever this fear is, like I said, adding that fire to the metal to where you can mold it and shape it or melt it, you're not going to have to worry about that. It's going to go away eventually. But the Queen of Wands is fire. Leo is a fire sign. There you go. And if Leo is actually a fire sign, then that kind of connects you already. And my feelings, at least my intuition with these cards and my feelings of what's telling me here, that you and whatever this represents, right? And like I mean, I could easily say, oh, this is a man coming into your life because we have a king and a queen, right? I mean, that's probably the easy way of getting out of this conversation, or at least, with these tarot cards. But my intuition is saying that it can be a person, or it can be a thing. I mean, it could definitely be a person, but I don't see it much of maybe a relationship, more like a very strong friendship. And and friendships always blossoms into into something else. But whatever this is, this King of Pentacles, it's going to fuel you. It's going to ignite. It's going to bring that fire up in a blaze. And then whatever this fear of emotions, this restless nights, these bad dreams that you're having, that's going to melt away with this fire. And that's what I'm seeing here for you. And you know what? Something's telling me I should draw maybe a couple more cards just to kind of see what it's all about. It may not be good or not, but I just want to see what it's about. Oh, hello. Wheel of Fortune. Actually, I don't need to bring up these other two. I usually just do it in 3, but I think we're just going to keep it with this one right here. You just got the Wheel of Fortune, and you definitely want to go on this path right here. Hun, whoever this person is that broke your heart, just let him go. You got bigger plans. There's bigger plans for you here. You don't want that excess baggage. Baggage comes at a cost at airport terminals. There's extra fees in that. We all hate paying for fees. So stay in tune with that King of Pentacles. Something stable is going to come to you. and it's going to really ignite you and embrace it and stuff like that. Like I said, it can be a person, it can be a job opportunity, whatever. But like I said, the Ace of Pentacles, there's a new opportunity coming here. It's definitely coming. I put that card down right before I even got these ones right here. The opportunity is going to come. It's going to be fruitful. You're going to be ablaze. And this right here is going to go up in smokes. And then, ta-da! Wheel of Fortune by Val, right? No, just kidding. Anyway, I hope you really enjoyed that, and I hope it was also helpful too. All right. Whew. All right. Okay, so let's see here. Angel Moon. Let's see here. I just did Angel Moon right now. Then it's Purple Violet, Kiana Danielle, and Sky Blue. So Purple Violet, are you still with me? Thank you. And to be very honest with you guys, I recently came into tarot maybe about a few months ago, like in I wouldn't say November, probably like in October, not October, August, September. My mom, she like many years ago, she bought these the Angel Tarot deck from I forgot who it was, like Valentine and somebody else. I forgot the name of it. But she bought these but never used them. And I was just cleaning out storage because we lived together, and I found them. And ever since then, my curiosity grew super fast about tarot, and I've been learning them. I've been passionately learning them, and I've been trying to get into more spiritual things because I felt that religion, is too restrictive sometimes, and I like to be able to find myself, find my purpose, my future, and things like that. And that's kind of what got me started with tarot. I've always felt I've been very connected with the universe and stuff like that. And ever since I found this, I found a new love. It actually found me. So I thought that's really fun story to share. Okay. All right. Purple Violet. Okay. So great. You should know the process. So we're going to go ahead and cleanse this while we start. All right. So just listen to my voice. Take a deep breath. Yeah. Feel good. Feeling good. Okay. So you're at that lake again, right? Just like I mentioned before, we're at that lake. The lake is calm, it's peaceful. You just feel so connected. You feel so at peace. And that lake is just a big, gigantic mirror, and that's the galaxy. In your hand is that rock. That rock is your question. Throw that rock into the water and watch those ripples grow. And that's the energy and the vibrations that the universe is sending out. Ooh, I feel like... Oh, wow. I think you threw a really heavy rock there. That was a really big wave of energy I just felt. That was good. All right. And like I know I've said before, like some other people actually threw some heavy rocks. This one made like a weird sound, I think, in your head, like a kaplunk. And I always love that sound. Kaplunk. So okay. Let's see here. Okay. Bacon. My dog's name is Bacon. Sorry. Okay. Okay, which deck? It's got a big tingle on this one again. The Rider White deck. All right. So shall it be. If you hear a beeping in the background, that is a microwave. My mom is now cooking some food out there, so and you might hear my dog. My dog's right next to me. He gives me energy too. Don't you, Bacon? Yes, you do. Okay. Adding some more chaos. Oh, no, not right now. I'll let you out in just a little bit. Okay. All right. Purple Violet, let's see what your question is all about. Okay. So again, my process, I like to explain the story of these cards. That way it makes sense of where I'm getting my direction from. And I also add my own tuition to these readings as well. So, and it's a good learning process for everybody because go to other tarot readers, they all definitely have their own stories, but this is kind of following the tradition of what the Rider White deck is about on these stories. And it could kind of help you validate some things too when you're going through other card readers. Because sometimes I don't like it when people say, "Oh, I'll charge you money if you want to do tarot reading and stuff like that," and I don't like that. Money always influences the energy, and knowledge should be free, especially when it comes to clarity. All right, you have the Five of Cups here. Now, the Five of Cups is about spilled milk, crying over spilled milk. You have a person here who is, standing here over, hunched over in black, looking very sad, but he's focusing on these three cards here that are, I need like a little wand here. I don't know if you can see this wand here, but we have here him looking at these three cups. That's terrible. I need to get myself a wand so I can point a lot better here. Okay, so, you know what? I'm sorry. 1 second. I just like to go ahead and burn some incense here while I'm at this right now. I'll definitely increase the experience. All right, look at that. Okay. Yes. Sandalwood, I think that's what it is. Yes, sandalwood and sage. All right, so continuing this story here. So we have here this person crying over these cups right here, right? Behind him, there's two perfectly good cups here that's right behind him. But he's not paying attention to that. He's paying attention to these spilled cups, crying over spilled milk. And ahead of him, we have this bridge with this flowing water, right? That water represents the emotions. And there's that song, Bridge Over Troubled Water, but there's also that meaning too. It's all water under bridge, right? Like, I spilled that, I made that spilled jar of something. I spilled the jam, okay, I'll just clean it up. It's all water under the bridge, right? It's just an accident. But that's not what this person's doing. He's dwelling on it, right? And even though the fact that there's a bridge there, to the house, but he's not taking that opportunity. So this is just, again, crying over spilled milk. Then we have this one right here. Now, I know it's upside down. It's actually reversed, but put it right beside up here. We have here the Five of Pentacles, and the story about this one is usually about like these people who kind of lost, they lost everything. They lost their money, they lost their possessions, things like that. There, you see them kind of like walking in the snow here. It's all snowy and everything. And then we have the woman here clinging on to her warmth with just a barely few rags, where you have the gentleman here walking with a broken leg out in the snow. Behind them, there's a church or some sort of home with the windows lit, right? And they're just turning their backs on that window. They're not looking for help. So the story is really about, like, on this particular card, about how, you've suffered a loss, but you're not looking for any help with that. It's okay to reach out for help, but in this case, it's not looking out for help. With the reverse, it could mean, it could mean opposite. It could mean something else. Maybe you really should, you are looking for help, but you're not putting enough effort into it, right? It could also mean just more suffering in this matter too. Um, and then we have the high priestess. Now, the high priestess is sort of like in tangent with the magician. The magician is about creativity, right? Creating that something that's impossible to conjure up, which is what is the meaning of, or what is the idea that you need to move forward. And sometimes it's kind of hard to come up with that kind of question because you don't even know what you need. So the high priestess is like the next step up to that. So once you find that creative idea, then you have the intuition, how to get that idea going. So with the high priestess reversed, we're lacking, clarity on how to proceed forward with it. At least that's kind of how I get it with it. And you're probably not putting enough energy into it in terms of what you're set forth on, in terms of that idea that's been conjured up by that magician, right? So now with these together, something has definitely happened here where something emotional here, and it was kind of a petty emotion kind of thing. I wouldn't say petty, I mean nothing's petty, but it's just that it just seems like a very small issue, something that you can definitely get up on your feet, but I think you kind of made it a big deal. And I think this is kind of about you, because we have the cups here and we have the high priestess, which is a well, at least I'm assuming that you're female, and I do apologize if I'm wrong, and please tell me if I'm wrong. But it is dealing with like maybe a female here, because we have the two feminine cards here, and then we have a guy right here in the middle, which is the pentacles. But yeah, something has happened where, and I believe this spread here, this first spread is at least about you. Something has happened. It's not that big of an issue, but you might have spearheaded it to become a big issue. And then you have this Five of Pentacles where maybe it's like a stubbornness, like you don't want to get that help, right? So something has happened. Some people probably came to you to kind of nurture you, and you're like, I don't need your help, just leave me alone. And then you have the High Priestess, where maybe your judgment may not be 100% with your intuition in terms of what actually has happened. Further looking into this here, whoa. Okay, so we have here, so with the King of Swords, okay, swords, sometimes can we see it as difficulties, pain, things like that, but it also can mean about like communication, ideas, creativity. We see the king here sitting tall. He's sitting over this land and stuff like that, but we have clouds in the background. So it's sort of like he's like a leader, really good with the ideas, right? And then you have the Justice card. The Justice card, I mean, they look kind of similar, right? But really, it's actually a major arcana card. And with this one right here, we have this person holding a sword with the scales, right? So the short definition is like getting what you deserve kind of thing. There's justice, right? If it's upright, usually because it's maybe something good that you'll get what you deserve, right? When if you did something good, but if it's reversed, if you did something bad, you're getting what you deserve, right? But there's also about fairness, right? So, but the sword there is about, like he's not a king, but excuse me, sort of like the judge, like Judge Judy, perhaps. Like she looks for justice, she looks for fairness and stuff like that. I love Judge Judy, so good analogy. But yeah, the sword there just means that this person, does have power over the justice in terms of what's being fair, and what you get, what you get is what you deserve. Now the Knight of Cups. So usually the Knight's about like, taking action, moving forward, stuff like that. But we see here that because the Cups is about emotion. So we have a Knight here. First of all, sitting in front of this river here, right? And the horse is just about to take a step, but he's not really looking very charging, right? He's kind of respectfully about to hand over this cup to somebody over here, right? So he's looking upright. So that means there's really no action happening at this moment. But we also have like, the wings on the feet and the wings on the helmet, which usually kind of, it's about like your freedom of emotions. That's at least how I kind of see it. There's other meanings to it too, but my intuition says freedom of your emotions, but which is kind of a good thing. Now this was reversed. If I'm not mistaken, I apologize. This was reversed, if I remember correctly. The Knight of Cups, with it reversed, there's something holding back on that activity with your emotions. So let's putting these things together here. Something has happened. You turn into a big deal where you're not looking for the help. You're just like, just leave me the hell alone, and you're kind of doubting yourself because or what you're doing, because the intuition is not there. Like, you're feeling the lack of judgment. Now we have a couple of swords here and an emotion, and I think this is representing a male figure, probably somebody like in a relationship. So I'm really seeing here a small slight pattern that maybe this has something to do with the type of relationship. I wouldn't say breakup, but it's just more like a I think there's just a quarrel or something like that. Not, yeah, like maybe like a small little, like very like a spat kind of thing, and maybe you're looking to see who's right and wrong in this spat. I think that's kind of where you're probably going with this. You guys got into this spat. You may have started the spat, but the spat could be, whatever the spat is about, you brought forth the attention to it. And then, there's probably, some conflict where you didn't want any help. The King of Swords, represents him. He wants to find the justice. He wants to find the fairness in this, and I think that's where you want to look at for it too. Because with this Knight of Cups, the emotions, things are kind of like not moving forward at that point until this matter gets resolved. And I think that's what your question is about. Maybe you want to know, kind of like who's right and wrong. I think. I don't mean to laugh at it. I just, but it's just my emotions feel that, because it is sort of like a small issue, that it could be something that probably could be just laughed at kind of thing, like, oh god, can you remember like a couple years ago we are kind of like fighting over this little useless little issue? I mean, oh my god, like what was I thinking kind of thing. That's kind of why I'm giggling about it. Correct, there was one thing of my life right now that I can't express freely. Okay, that's perfectly fine. If you don't want to express that, that's perfectly fine. But I think I think right now the question is that you're trying to find out what's right and wrong in terms of what the spat is. You want to find some clarity and justice on it. And if I'm wrong on that, please let me know. That dude is a lawyer. I was lost over something really pretty, actually. But he helps me to find my dream again. The dude is a lawyer. I was lost over something that really. But he helped. Oh, okay. Is this? Are you? And I don't think this actually was really made clear yet. Are you two in a relationship of some sort? Like, I see that there is a strong connection here, but I don't see anything loving about it. So, that's fine. Don't have to express your feelings. I'll just explain it, and you can kind of try to link that to what you're feeling. Okay. You don't have to tell me if I'm right or wrong just yet. You can tell me at the very end. That way, I'm not biased on this reading. But with that said, yeah, I'm not seeing anything really loving here, but I do see closeness, because the fact that you do have the cups here, right? There's really no, I mean, the cups is about emotion and sometimes love, but there's really nothing here that's talking about love. Yeah, not really in a relationship. Yeah, so that's kind of what I got from this. That's exactly what I said, and it's not. I see it more like a good friendship, but I think there might have been a spat there somewhere, maybe, or maybe you got into a spat about something, and you're just trying to find out who's right and wrong in order for this friendship to kind of continue, so to speak. Let me know if I'm right or wrong about that. because I'm about to lay down a couple more cards here to kind of help further dig up what's going on here. Okay, so slash it. Okay, so let me go ahead and address the elephant in the room. Death. Okay, but it doesn't really mean actual death or something like that. For those of you who may or may not know in regards to tarot, but this usually means like death is coming, like something or whatever the issue is or the situation is, it's coming to an end, right? But there could also be a new beginning. Now, you did say he was a lawyer. He got you out of some type of difficulty. You're saying that it's you have some feelings you can't really express. And I'm assuming that I'm on the right track here in terms of what you're trying to figure out to see if like this issue that kind of got started here, or at least that you brought forth, if there's a right and wrong to it. Now, I am seeing here, and I think this is actually all about you. This particular spread here, because I don't think it's about a guy. I think it's really all about you, about what you think. I say that because I know this is what my intuition says, but we have here the Seven of Pentacles. Now we have a guy here looking at like this, this garden of pentacles and stuff like that. This usually means, or at least the story behind this is that, he worked really hard, like this is the fruits of his labor. And he has, he's finished with his work. He's got the money, he's just kind of like looking at what he has. So this kind of talks about long-term goals. You have long-term goals. Now, how this, we'll get to the death card in just a second, but we do have the Page of Cups here. And the page, again, if you've heard in my previous readings, he's like, sort of like the student in a way. Like he is about growing from a boy to a knight, right? But in between the squire and stuff like that. And it's also about creation and even, starting upon a growth. But there's no growth here. As a matter of fact, I think that not necessarily having to do with the relationship or something like that, but I'm kind of leaning towards the fact that this spat might be a money issue. And that's why you're not getting help from it, because you might be a little bit embarrassed by it, which is kind of probably why you're saying you can't express it freely, because again, and it kind of goes in line with that, the whole, trying to get help, right? That you don't want to get the help, and you don't want to share your feelings about it. And I'm not telling you you have to, but it just kind of goes in parallel a little bit, just kind of confirming what's kind of going on here. But I feel that not really necessarily money, but something earthly, like a possession of some sort. It could be a job, it could be money or something like that. But whatever this work came to, like you've worked really hard to obtain whatever this thing is, right? This physical thing. And I think you might have lost it. And it really did hurt you. Therefore, but this thing that you lost, kind of ties into this whole crying over spilled milk. It wasn't really a huge loss, I don't think. Kind of tying that into everything what's going on here. I think that with this right here, you worked hard on it. You might have lost some of it, not all of it, but that's kind of what my intuition is saying here. Am I on the right path here with this? If not, please let me know. I'd like to know if I'm right or wrong. That way we can try to figure this out together, because this is what the universe wants you to know. And I think the path to help with these next 3 answer cards I'm about to lay out really has a tie into what has happened here. But yeah, not necessarily crime, but you're brought up as issue. It's something to do with, what's something you worked hard on, but you might have lost some of these things, and therefore it's really kind of made you bitter. And I think that's kind of what that is about. Yeah, we always have that, intuition, though, you can definitely do better. And you know what? It's funny you say that, because the page is about, learning to become that squire, the next level up, and then the knight afterwards, where you're then, doing the deeds for your king. So you can do better about your education. Page right there. That's all about learning. It's all about learning to become, in general, about the page. But the Page of Cups is about, the creativity and learning about your emotions. Let's see some answer cards here that can help you out here. Because I think your question is about, how can you move on? What kind of help can you get? How can you obtain that help? Um, and I know we had something here about the guy, and he's brought stability, because I kind of lightly touched on this whole King of Swords and Justice thing, but it is a masculine figure. It's about a guy, and this guy is definitely a smooth talker. He's very stable, finds the fairness in things, but between you and him, yeah, because like I said, there was no emotion. I think that's what this Knight of Cups is about. There's no like romance here. It's just really like platonic friendship. Really good friendship, as a matter of fact, but nothing more than that. You see, as your teacher, that's really good. And we should always see our friends as teachers too. Like, it's always good to kind of have that stability. All right, so let's get some answer cards here. Yep. Okay, good cards, actually. So you got some really good cards, actually. It's really interesting how this actually works, how the universe works, And the reason why I say that is, let's pull these into view, right? You have like this Pentacles and this Death card, right? And then we're talking about like, the fruits of your labor, or whatever this is, right? It can, this could definitely relate into your education, or it just relates to like earthly possessions, your hard work and things like that, right? And then we have more things about possessions, these earthly things. Now, the Four of Swords. Now we still show a man here, lying on his coffin. It's like a statue of, almost, and we're assuming that it's a coffin because it looks like he's in a church. He has like this window here, this painted window, with these three swords, and one on the actual coffin itself. Now we see him here with his hands put together, sort of like a prayer, and he's sleeping. So this is signifying that, whatever the conflict that he's going through, he's taking some time to rest, right? Usually, swords not only does it mean about communication and creativity and things like that, or creativity and talking or communication. It can also mean conflict, pain, sorrow, things like that, or even that fighting, stuff like that. And he's taking time from these issues, and he's he could be dead, he could be not, he could just be actually lit from the glowing sun coming from the colors of this window here, not necessarily dead, but he is taking rest from the issues that's bothering him, right? I think this is what you need to do. This is what the universe wants you to do. It wants you to just to kind of relax. Like, girl, you're crying over spilled milk and you're just not taking that help. Relax. Take a deep breath, right? Because we have these pentacles here. You have the Ten of Pentacles and the Queen of Pentacles. Really great signs here. You have the Ten of Pentacles talking about, we have a guy with these two dogs, right? We have a family with a couple of kids here playing in this corner of this card here. And the old man here is kind of sitting in this very luxurious suit, sitting in his home with some emblems, some family emblems right here. So what this is really communicating is that he's worked hard, and we know he's worked hard because he's kind of an old guy, right? Yeah. He is worked really hard, kind of like going to this right here, and he also got what he wants. So he, out of all that hard work, he finally achieved what he wants. And look, check this out. Notice where these pentacles are being placed. There's symmetry there. It's like a balance, right? And if we look at this in another way, and it doesn't really say this in many teachings or things like that, this is just what my feelings tell me. And it's all about reading stories and reading between the lines. It kind of forms a cup. It kind of forms a cup in a way, right? We have the cup right here, the edge of the cup right there, and right in the middle is like, is the decoration of the cup and stuff like that. So, not only you're going to get the stability here, but you're going to have something very loving at the same time. Then you have the Queen of Pentacles, again, about, earthly possessions, stuff like that. But notice, yeah. And with the Queen of Pentacles here, notice how she's kind of like, she's gracefully holding this pentacle. And she's like nurturing it. She has what she needs, whatever it is, money, possessions, like that earthly thing, right? And it could also be the education too, which I'm now going to add into my own personal library about what pentacles can really mean too. But she's nurturing it. She's really taking care of it. And notice all this life blooming around her and stuff like that. Or like in the background, we have a river with these blue mountains. Those are representing the rivers right there, is representing your emotions. She has this rabbit over here where, she's able to communicate with the animals in a way. It's sort of like, I know this kind of sounds kind of weird saying that, communicating with the animals. My Dr. Dolittle? But no, like she's one with nature. And nature, just like, I don't know if it brings any comfort to you, but shoot, when I watch that Blue Planet show, man, it really gets me comfortable to watch it. And nature is really bringing her comfort and stuff like that. And she's just kind of sitting there and just, holding it like a baby, because that's what Queen's about, providing, children, things like that. So take a deep breath, calm down, whatever like cogs are going at fast pace with your head, bring it to rest. Take a vacation or something like that, or go to a spa or something like that. Like, just kind of take care of yourself in a way to where you can slow down and relax. There you go. Binge watch, stuff like that. Like things like that, it doesn't necessarily have to be about going traveling, stuff like that, to relax. Only you know how to relax yourself and please yourself, right? So do that. And with that, because you'll have your calmness, and this may sound, it is kind of hard to talk about these kind of things, but I even talk to about my mom sometimes, or even that with my friends. Not really my mom, but my friends actually. But one ways of relaxing is like, masturbation, right? That can release endorphins into your head, right? To where you can really, really relax. I know it sounds weird. Maybe some of you may not even say, oh my God, it's super gross and everything, but it's true. Like there's got to be ways to where you can please yourself, because sometimes finding things in yourself, like doing things on your own, is the best thing you can get in terms of getting in peace with yourself, right? And masturbation can definitely help with that. But it really actually releases a lot of energy. It calms you down, and make sure you take care of yourself, right? And then you'll have a clearer head. You'll feel a lot more at ease, to where you can then start rebuilding your home, right? Getting this wealth, this knowledge, or whatever this work that you're putting into becomes stable. And then once you get it, nurture it. Take care of it the best you can. Treat it like it's a child, like you just gave birth to it, because no one could take that away from you except for who? You. It makes me think of that talk a long time ago about it. You guys must know each other. Pretty cool. So yeah, whatever this issue is up here, it's spilled milk. You can easily clean it up. You can easily come back up on it. But in order to build back up, relax. Get your head together. Okay. Buy that little magic wand with the cute. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Oh God. Oh, what are we talking about here? This is like that one talk show with that older lady talking about sex toys. Anyway, yeah. I hope that reading was really helpful to you. And I hope you had a good time with that one. And if it was not accurate, again, please tell me. But um I really did enjoy talking about that one. It was actually kind of fun. Masturbation. But it's super it is super scientific that, you know, if you have a headache, go in the room and take care of yourself, because that can help you relieve a headache if you don't want to take that Tylenol. Okay. All right. So oh boy. You know what? Humor is definitely good. I love and one of the reasons why I'm also doing this session, and believe it or not, all of you are actually my first queerance. Like, this is actually my first time doing this live show, because I actually work for a tech company, and I do webinars to promote our product or train people how to do it. So I like to talk. I like to try to come up with some creative thinking. I definitely don't talk to our customers about masturbation, but I definitely try to stay loose and things like that. Okay, so let's see here. Who's next on my list? Sky Blue, I think it's you, right? So okay, Sky Blue. You've heard what has to be done. You know the drill, so let's get this started. So imagine you take a deep breath. She responded to you finally. Oh, well, if I have time, definitely stick around. We can definitely get into that. You know what? Actually, Sky Blue, I just need to take a quick little break. I need to pop something into the oven, and um, I want you to concentrate in throwing that pebble into the water. You know, and if you want to do it 5 more times, definitely do it. I'll be right back, okay? And a good thing we have some instants here. We're gonna go ahead and cleanse these decks here real quick. All right, I will return. All right. And just want to make sure everybody can hear me okay? All right. All right. And just let me know if the microphone's not loud enough. I can turn up the volume. So cool. Okay. All right. I just want to let you know, everybody, I'm having so much fun. That's kind of why I'm going on almost 4 hours now, actually, with this. I've always been wanting to do this, and I asked the universe, should I try it? And the universe said maybe, but you need to let go of your fears and your doubts and stuff like that, and before I start doing that, and that's why I'm kind of doing this today too. I want to make my emotions grow with this. All right. Sky blue. We got the insets here. We got the cleansing going on with this. Excellent. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and repeat this one more time, just for the sake of the connection. Take in and out the breath. I ask the universe to help us connect. Take that pebble in your hand and toss it right into the lake. The lake's going to create those ripples, and that's the energy of your question coming out to me. All right. I think you got a pretty good pebble out there. So that's definitely good. So let's see. I feel like that both of them want the chance to do it, but I'm getting a little bit more on this one. So we're going to go with the angel deck. I think this is going to probably lead to some, like, an emotional question, perhaps, maybe even something relationship-wise, but not always does it really rely on emotion. This can also be just as accurate as the Raider White deck. One time when I was actually doing a practice session with the universe, it came up with 2 water cards, a king and a queen, and a earth card. And I was like, wait a second. First of all, actually, it came up with the queen and king of water. And I'm like, wait, who is this person that's actually requesting this information in the universe? I put out another card, and it was their earth card, like a single fairy on the picture. I was like, hold the hell on. Is this person trying to separate these two? Like, what the heck is going on? And next thing you know, I put out some more cards, and it was like this person's trying to get with this guy, but getting in between the man and the woman. And usually, if you think about it, because it's a whole body of water, right, with the 2 water cards. But you got this earth card coming in, trying to toss in some land to create a little island in between the two. I was like, you scandalous little skink. No, I'm just kidding. All right, so we added some chaos to the cards. Perfect. Okay, let's go ahead and get this. Let's see what your question is all about. And again, if I'm wrong, please feel free to stop me. But sometimes, the galaxy or the universe wants to talk to you about something, and if you want to continue down that path, then perfectly fine. But you're more than welcome to tell me if I'm wrong about the question I'm trying to present to you. Okay. Okay. Well, definitely your world's a little bit upside down, I think. Since the pun of this one, actually. So first, starting off with the 10 of air. Now, the air is resemblance to the air is resemblance to the to the swords, right? And with the 10 of air, flip this around real quick. This one's kind of like a rough one, right? And I based this on the Raider White deck, and I'm not in view here. And with the 10 of air, it shows usually the story is about a person who lays out on the beach dead, 10 swords in his back, but you kind of see there might have been some sort of like respect with the body because of a cloth was also laid on top of the body along with the swords. Now the card is pretty gloomy and everything, it's like all showing dark and everything, but it really kind of simulates that um you had a painful ending, bittersweet, but there's light at the end of the tunnel, right? Now with this reversed here, now you're still dealing with that pain. It really hasn't come to an ending. Sometimes it means the opposite of what that card really means. And I think right now it's like, with this, it can simulate that you are, hi, Laura, welcome. And if somebody could help let Laura know how to proceed with the rules of this, that way the reading, her reading experience doesn't get tainted. Much appreciated to the room. So yeah, the 10 of air can mean that you're really still dealing with it. It really has no end to that. Now, the world card, now this is usually about like completing goals, right? But usually with the reverse, it could also mean that these goals are really unfinished. And of course, the dreamer, which is also known as the fool's card. The fool's card is about, taking a leap of faith, proceeding forward with like innocence. You have that little dog here in the picture that kind of leading that person through this portal here, into whatever this person wants to go with their life. That's why it's also known as the dreamer. The card tries to be a little more empathetic when saying the dreamer instead of the fool. But putting these things together, it really does make a lot of sense really, really quickly, actually. Which is what I like about this. First of all, we have the 10 of air, right? I mentioned earlier, you're still dealing with some pain here. It really hasn't come to an end, and it may seem bleak, like the light's not at the end of the tunnel, but there is some light there. Like I always said, come light, you'll always see the moon and the stars, or come light. In darkness, you can definitely see the stars and the moon, right? Because it gets dark enough, you're able to adjust to it. And once that adjustment happens, then you can start seeing the really beautiful sky and the stars. Now, because of this pain that's happening, you're also having problems completing these goals. Like I mentioned earlier in the past reading, like you need to relax, right, in order to proceed forward with your career or whatever you need to do, right? But whatever this pain is, it's really hurting you, and you're not able to complete your goals nor your dreams, not able to actually set forth what you really wanted to do. I really think this is actually about you, because even though the air cards are masculine, I have these two, which are a little bit more feminine on the Arcana cards. Let's see here. Let's get some more information from universe. Ooh, I think at the bottom of the deck. Okay. Thank you, Sky. Okay. 7 of air, 7 of fire, Ace of air. So I would say this is really like emotional or some type of relationship, because I haven't gotten any cup cards or water cards in this at all. I am seeing though a couple of masculine cards here, so I do think it's a person, maybe a man. You probably had a really good friendship with, not really loving relationship, but more just like best friends kind of thing. Oh, we knew each other for years kind of thing, right? But the 7 of air is about give me 1 second. I have to memorize what that was about, because there's two types of swords cards that looks really similar to each other, and I think this one is about the yeah. Okay, so my apologies. So the 7 of air is really all about like how something has happened, right? That's what the story is about. There's stuff going on, but there's like some type of deceit, a sneaking deceit about it, because in the Raider Right deck, You know what? I just want to double check one more time because I want to make sure that I got the story correct. That's the only one card that sometimes I get a little bit confused on, but Seven of Swords. Okay. Yes, it is about deceit. So thank you very much for staying patient with me on that one. So it is about deceit. Now, the thing is that there's an opportunity in the Raider-White deck. It shows a guy taking 5 of the 7 swords, 2 of them on the ground, stuck in the ground, while he's sneaking away, stealing these swords, right? And nobody's around. So it's like, you know, there's deceit with that. He's being sneaky, and with the air being about communication or ideas and creation, I have a feeling that he's very clever and cunning with what he thinks, right? And he can get away with it, or at least that's what he thinks. But that's kind of what this is about, because we see in this picture here, we have all these little horses. Can't really see it very well, but we have these little horses here kind of playing around, and you have 2 of them back here. Oh god, it's a bad image. You have 2 of them back here that are not with it. They're actually moving away. So yeah, there's in this picture is sneaking away, you know, from what's going on. So that's really all what this card's about being very sneaky with the way he talks, you know, kind of like, oh yeah, you know, I mean, it could be blue, but I really think it's actually more like a teal color, perhaps, like, you know, that kind of convincing. Then we have the 7 of Fire here. Now the 7 of Fire is about you know, it's a wand. It's based on the wands, and with the 7 of Fire, it shows the story is about a guy who's really in defense and kind of like almost being attacked in a way, but it was very surprising to him, for that matter, because in the Rider-Waite deck you actually see him with 2 different types of pairs of shoes, and so that means he might have struggled really quickly before he can get defense mode, right? So he's really, you know, protecting what he has by being defensive. But we have this here in reverse, so, you know, not really very defensive about it, but I guess with it reversed, it could just mean that you're not being very protective about what you believe in, right? You're not really protecting a whole lot of what your passion is, because that's what fire is about. Fire is about passion. I'm just not reading the chat. I'm sorry. Let me take a look here. Trying to find a good job and thinking about getting my master's degree. Yes, the pain was from my ex. I'm a Libra and female. Yes, he was unfaithful. Yikes. And we were, but then he changed. All right. Yeah. See, with this one, I think this probably kind of ties in with what you're saying about him cheating, because he's really good at talking. You want me to be honest? I feel like he's going to try and come back. I don't want him like move on. I need a new start for my life, for myself. Oh, absolutely. And that's kind of what the Ace of Air is kind of all about too. But because you're not, see with this right here, like I said, it's about being being on the defense, protecting what you believe in, but you're not doing that. You're not giving yourself enough credit, because I think maybe with this is going on, you might have probably felt that was your fault, and that's kind of what my heart is saying in this. And if you really think that's true, I don't think it's your fault at all. Like, I mean, when I say I think, like, you know, some people say, oh, I cheated because she didn't put out, or she was being mean to me, or there's no love there, I wanted to break up anyway, or whatever the case may be. It's just that, you know, cheating is cheating. And the thing is like, he really, you know, like I said, the 7 of Air, he's really good at what he's talking about, and he might have made you feel that it was your fault, so therefore you didn't really defend it. You know, he probably said, yeah, you know, you're really making a big deal out of nothing. It really wasn't anything. And then, you know, you really want to try to move on. you wanted to have some new ideas about moving on, but that's what the Ace of Air is about. And we also see here this horse like spreading its wings out. You're not able to do that. That's really tragic. Let me pull out some more cards here for you, and also light another incense here. We need some positive energy for this one, and I feel you on this one here. We need some energy. Okay. All right. Maybe I better turn on the fan a little bit too. All right. Okay. Let's get some more cards here. And you know what? I'm going to introduce something actually, something interesting here. If you want me to shuffle a deck before I draw more cards, please let me know. I mean, there is a lag here, so I might not get to it in time, but I'll definitely put in a shuffle for the next draw on your particular session or anybody else's too. Because if you feel that, you want to get in a shuffle in there before I draw more cards, I want to hear it. The universe is trying to tell you something, All right, so let's see here. Okay. I think this card is talking about him. And the reason why I say that, because we have earth cards, which are kind of masculine. It can be feminine, but I think this is masculine. And they're talking about him here. And the reason why I'm saying that, because we have a King of Fire here. He's definitely passionate. I think it's because like with the Six of Earth and the King of Fire, he can definitely be like the ladies' man, I think. He's very giving. Like he really does put out time to help others, right? I feel that he's very helpful, he's very thoughtful, very passionate. These are some good qualities actually here. We'll get to that Queen of Earth in just a second. We even have the King of Fire, the king, grounded, very stable, father figure, like, really a born type leader kind of thing, really knows how to, maintain focus on things. And with the King of Fire, at least with the wands and stuff like that, like he can be very, like a king in a battle. It's like, he can be a really good leader, right? He can also be very giving. But then we have the Queen of Earth, and the Queen of Earth is about, or at least starting with the Queen, because we're looking at your Earth is about pentacles, right? Like earthly possessions, right? The Queen is all about compassion, nurturing, loving, trust, and we actually don't have that here. We have it upside down. This is not really trustworthy. This is not really creative. There's no nurturing, and there's no connection, really. Like, and the Queen's really about connection. Like, usually the Queen has like a telepathy, like an energy where she can connect with the animals and stuff like that. And with this right here, he may have some feminine qualities to him, which kind of helps balance out his masculinity, perhaps. But with the, he has no compassion, or he just kind of, not no compassion, but he just kind of lacks it. Like there's not a whole lot of energy there, where he doesn't, he really doesn't really put out on the emotional part, but he really definitely does it on the personal things and on things on himself with the King of Fire. Oh, he's in the military, man. Talk about not bad ideas. Just like, I guess, adding a stigma to military people that, they have no feelings or all the other crap. Let's take a look at some. I think this is going to be like an answer card coming up. So let's take a look at some answer cards in terms of what you need to do, because I think the question here is about you, actually. how should you move on? How can you get over him? Because I think at least with these two cards here, because the damage has been done so badly that your world is turned upside down. Here we go. Your world is turned upside down. You're not able to pursue your dreams, your careers, anything like that, because you got this Ten of Air, the Ten of Swords, where there's no end. Looks like there's no end coming to this, because it was a really bad situation. And to kind of show you what the Ten of the Ten of Air looks like, or at least the Ten of Swords, it looks like this. And people usually get scared when they see this picture on the card. Oh, I can't see it. Maybe you can see it like that, but oof. Hold on. But you get the idea, right? Like, here we go. You see the guy down at the bottom there. He's laying down with all these swords stuck in his back and stuff like that. And people, they get scared when they see that kind of thing. And but there's some light and positivity to that particular card. But it really actually did hurt you, and that's what it's kind of saying right here. So your answer cards here. And I'm going to do all these upright because answer cards need to be read upright. Perfect. This is actually pretty good. Very good, as a matter of fact. Okay, so with caution, actually. And the reason why I say this is really good, because we have water symbols here. These are feminine cards, right? So this is actually kind of pertains to you, which is a positive thing here. I'm just really curious here real quick. Just want to see how long you've been in this relationship with him. You have 1, 12, so that's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm thinking, see, these are small cards, so I'm thinking it's less than a year than you guys have been together, perhaps. Am I right on that? About a year you guys been together? In any case, while I'm waiting for that answer to come through, because there's a lag with this video. The Three of Water. This is about, water is about emotion. Water is about the cups. But the Three of Water, the story is that you have these 3 women, almost 3 years, so it's more than a year. I was kind of close, a couple years off. Oh, well. We have, in the story of this one, there's 3 women who are surrounded by a fruitful, lush fruit and things like that. And they're all they're all giving each other toasts, right? The number 3 in general can mean creativity, right? 2 is usually a duality, right? Like father, mother, like 1, 2, 1, 2, right? Duality. But the 3, you're adding a third, a creation, like a type of direction. You finally now have this ability to kind of point forward, because if you only have 2 points, you only have this straight line. But if I add in this third point here between the 2 dots, then that means you now have a direction. But in general, what the Three of Water is about is it's like a type of celebration with friends, and you should really definitely surround yourself with more friends. And there's something also my intuition is telling me, which is not really related to all these right here, but you need to be picky about your friends. And this is probably maybe more like, personal suggestion too, because I like to be picky about my friends, and because it's all about fakeness, right? I don't like it when friends start talking a lot about what's going on Facebook. I'm not really much of a social media person. I don't really post a lot of pictures on Facebook and things like that. But really be picky about your friends. Make new friends, as a matter of fact, because new friends makes new connections and things like that. But the Seven of Water. The story about this one is about kind of wishful thinking. You want something. It's the idea is there in plain sight, but you need to be careful about the wishes that you make. And by saying that, maybe it's the wishes that you make against the man who's hurt you, right? You know, because wishes are nice, but the thing is, you got to be careful with what you wish for. Maybe you might say, "Oh, I wish you just die right now," kind of thing, right? Maybe you don't say that, but just like along those lines, because you have to be careful what you wish for, because that can create bad energy and karma. But even with the Seven of Water being wishful thinking, another analogy of that would be like, I want $1 million. And all of a sudden, instead of getting actual dollars, you actually get the animal buck, like the reindeer, like 1 million of them surrounded you. Because the genie's usually that sly, right? But let's see here. Can I turn this around just a little bit so you guys can see that better? All right. But yeah, there we go. But yeah, Seven of Water. Be careful what you wish for, right? Just think positive energy, right, with your emotions, and these two will combine, because with these two waters together, you're forming a huge body of water, a full body of emotions, right, and connections and relationships and things like that. So never ever wish upon people, oh God, I wish he would, like, just drop dead, or just get out of my life. Don't wish things like that. Be positive about your wishes. Oh, I wish there could be some completion to this. I wish we could find a way to close the door or something like that. And sometimes, they say that, you know, compatibility can be found in the strangest places. And then even with him hurting you, I've seen people like on TV shows and game shows where people divorce each other and they just go on the show as best friends, right? So you got to take it. It's going to be painful. I'm not saying do that tomorrow, become friends. That's definitely not possible. But there's going to be a time where there's going to be peace. There you go. That's perfect. And then we got the Three of Fire, which is an excellent card. It's also known as the Three of Wands. Now, with this one right here, usually the story is about, and it actually kind of signifies that in this picture here. You have a woman here sitting with her her dragon, her companion, and you have these wands. The wands usually, with two wands standing up, side by side, usually like a portal. You're stepping through to take on a new journey, something different. And then we see what she's looking at here in this background. You can't see it very well, but what she's seeing here is a whole like a very busy ocean in front of her, with like this huge volcano in the very background right here. Volcanoes may sound scary, but volcanoes is full of fire, and then sort of like, you can see it in a good way. Like, my passion for something is exploded like a volcano. Like, it's just, really on fire, right? Or you just might find somebody who's that volcano in your life, right? Who's going to give you that kind of passion. But, the Three of Fire is about really stepping forward, because it talks here. It said right here in plain sight, your world has turned upside down. You didn't finish your goals, but with new picky friends, be that picky little picky little bitch, right? Just kidding. Be picky. Be careful what you wish for. Always think positive thoughts. Step through the portal and get yourself into new things. Okay. I'm not seeing anything here in terms of job for you, or I'm not seeing anything in here about money problems and things like that. I think you probably already got that stuff already squared away, because I'm not seeing any of that in here. But in order to get you to change these cards around, step through the portal. That's what you got to do. That's your mission. And if you're here on my other ones, and if you have a headache, you know what to do. That M word, right? Hey, Allison. So I might take one other person. I might have to take a break after that for a little while before I come back online. But if I do have time, I'll definitely get to you. But I do definitely welcome you to hang around. The best thing I did was getting my bachelor's degree, and I didn't let him break me. Good girl. Because education, that so I work for this tech company, and we always hired people, but there was a particular saying that we always said about these new hires, and we said you can always teach a person new skill, but you can never teach a person new personalities, right? So your personality is definitely going to be with you, but you can always take the skill with you and teach yourself things. And don't, so what you said right there, definitely keep yourself grounded, you know, keep yourself focused. Don't don't let anybody change you. You know, maybe that was a bad analogy what I just said, uh but yeah. So I hope that was helpful. That was a definitely good read too. Um, and I'm actually super excited because I've actually the whole throwing the stone into the water. This is me learning after talking to other tarot readers because they always said, "Oh, tell me your question. I'll tell the question," and then it's like, "Okay, well, this is the card for it." They do the 3 card spread, and I don't know. I like telling stories, as you can see, and like definitely like these sessions go really long, which I like because it's about personal things. It's about discovery, and really, it's also good practice for me too. And I'll always keep this free, ever, always, 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 because we all need to save money. I mean, you know, I've actually had somebody already email me saying like, "Oh, can I give you some money?" I'm like, "Well, you could donate if you want, but They're not going to change or inflict how things are going to come out for your reading, So, because I don't want money to to taint the reading or make it biased. All right, give me 5 minutes. I just need to check my roast in the oven, and I'll be right back. I think the next person in line. Let's see here. Oh man, I really need to keep a list here. I think it's Tom. Oh, okay. It is time for me to start a list. Okay, text edit, notepad, please. New document. Okay, so I have here um, Tom Fresalone. Um, I have Laura. Um, Dern DeLearn. I think that's how it's pronounced. Dern DeLearn. Did you want a reading as well? I know your name, sir, but I just didn't want to say it out loud for your own security. So, um, so yeah, I have Tom Frescalone. Um, so Tom, if you can hear me now, go ahead and get ready. Don't tell your question just yet. Um, and if not Tom, then it's Anna and then Laura. Oh, was there an Anna? I didn't see that. Okay, note to self. I need to start making lists from now on. I didn't see an Anna. Oh, there it is. Anna. You're absolutely right. Anna. Anna and then Laura. You know what? I'm gonna try something different here. Let's play a little music. That way, you guys know that I'm still here. I see to check on the my roast here, and then um, let me know if that's too loud, you guys. Um, Okay, nothing at all. Okay, I think I know why, because I'm not sharing the audio, but that's fine. All right, I'm just gonna pause it anyway. And by the way, if I have to put you, if I'm doing a reading and I'm in the middle of a reading with you guys and I need to pause right away, it's because I need to get to something, or my partner's kind of taking a nap right now. He might get up. So, yeah, no disrespect. And if I do have to cut off, just send me like a text through the YouTube, and I will definitely continue the session. I'll definitely start a new session with you. And I do apologize if I do have to drop off, because I've already been on this thing for like, oh my God, 4.5 hours. But I'm having so much fun. Okay. Got me some fresh water. Water. Oh, I got a joke for you guys. So, what is Bruce Lee's favorite drink? Water. Oh God, that's terrible. Okay. So let's see here. Um I don't think Tom Florence um has come. Yeah, I do see you're here, Laura. I think before you, Laura, was Anna, and then we'll get to you, Laura. Um, Anna James, that's what it was. Um, Anna James going once. Anna James going twice. Okay, Anna James, cross you out just for now. Okay, Laura. Okay, Laura. All right, so, ooh, I need to charge my phone. Okay. Hello, hello, hello. What a wonderful world. Hello. Okay. All right, let's get to business. All right, so Laura, you've heard my process. So let's take a deep breath. I got some incense burning here to help bring some positive energy to this deck. All right. You're at that lake. Beautiful lake. It's so beautiful. Keeps you calm. That lake is so beautiful and clear. It's just like a big, gigantic mirror, just reflecting all the light, the mountains, the trees, the life surrounding it. And that lake is the universe. Now you look at your hand. In your hand is the pebble. The pebble is your question, the issue, or the thing that you need clarity on. Throw the pebble into the lake. That lake is the galaxy. The galaxy will receive, or the universe will receive your pebble. You'll notice the ripples flowing from where you threw that pebble. And that's the energy of your question reaching to me. I just had a sense from you, Laura. Are you a type of playful kind of like person? Because I feel like that, like when I just visioned this with you, you did like that toss as if you were to skip a stone across the water kind of thing. That's kind of what I felt. Like maybe you kind of been playful the way how you threw that water in, and it's like, or that rock into the water. So, um, if not, that's okay. But that's kind of what I felt. I felt that there was like a playfulness in the way how the stone was casted into the water. Okay, just toss it in. Perfect. Rider rate deck it is. All right, so let's The white light that surrounds me, the love in my heart, universe, I ask you that you cleanse my energy right now with positive thoughts and energy with the intentions of clarity, love, compassion to help others. With white light that surrounds me, please cleanse my energy. Okay, sorry about that. I had to doing a lot of readings here and feeling a lot of energy coming in different directions. So I want to make sure my focus goes well. Add some chaos to my cards. What do I say usually about chaos? In order to have order, you need to have chaos. I mean, yeah, I guess you could call it, we're mixing the deck and shuffling it, but maybe I'm just trying to be deep. I'm adding order to my chaos. Dear God, write a book. I'm just kidding. Okay. Hi, Juliet. There is a process. If any of the volunteers or any of the queries there can help explain this a little bit to Juliet, but Juliet, please do not let me know your question. Don't type the question into the chat, please. And if somebody can help explain that to her, that would be great. All right. But welcome, Juliet. I'm glad you're here. All right, Laura. Let's see what your question's about. Ooh. Okay. Well, that's a very interesting start. I'd say a very action one too, or not really action, but more like friction. I feel that there's some friction coming our way here in this particular query here. So to tell the story of what's going on here, so first off, we have the Two of Swords. Now, just like what we see here with this woman, and think of this, and the reason why we come up with this too. Make sure I can get this in sight here. And I promise I'll have the video done a lot better than this too. Okay. Two means duality, right? It can mean a balance. It can also mean a decision. Now we see her sitting on a stone, covered in white, right? So she's really trying to be like free and open. Nothing, no busyness with her, right? She's holding two swords in two directions, not looking at them because she needs to make a decision. And it's kind of conflicting too. Like there's a conflict in here and she needs to make a decision in which way to go with this conflict. But it's almost like saying there's a double-edged sword here on this conflict. I'm damned if I do, damned if I don't kind of thing. But with this right here, it's all about decision. But we also notice here in the background, she's sitting in front of a body of water. So this really is about also taking into consideration her emotions, her thoughts and stuff like that. And she needs to make a decision because based on what she decides on, it's going to affect her emotions. And then we got some land on here in the back end over here and crescent moon facing down. So there's there's a lot of roughness. There's kind of like negativity. And I kind of think of this moon sort of like a horseshoe. Usually you want to have the horseshoe facing upright, but for good luck. But if it's facing down, you're dumping out that luck, right? So yeah, that's what it's about on that one. Now the Four of Cups. Now if I look this up right here, this is really about in a very short sense being bored. You have this divine figure giving just handing the emotion, these cups of thoughts, these cups of desires and emotions, things like that to this person, these cups of creativity. And it's just kind of given to him. It's sort of almost like you say to spoiled kids, you have your whole life handed to you on a silver platter kind of thing. And then they ended up kind of being spoiled. That's kind of what this is right here. Everything's kind of being handed here to him, but he's just kind of off put. He's just kind of yeah, whatever. I'm bored with this. Right. And it's funny too, because 4 stands for stability. Right. And this with this reverse right here, it's not really about, opposites. I mean, it really depends on what we're going here with the story. But with the reverse here, it could mean that, there's a struggle with how you're receiving these emotions. You're not really satisfied 100%. So, not necessarily bored, but not necessarily happy either. Then you have the Knight of Swords, right? This is really, swords are usually about like not just conflict, but it's also about communication, thoughts, creativity. And the reason why I say creativity, because think of it this way: if you ever gone to I'm sorry, I just got distracted by the chat. It said, "Oh hey, oh hey." Please keep your questions. Don't to yourself. Don't put them in the chat, please. If somebody can help explain the process, that'd be great. I apologize for that break off there. But the Knight of Swords here. So the swords, if you think of it this way, you go to like a lumberjack, right? And he does like those statues made out of wood. And what does he use? He uses a chainsaw. But like back in the days, they used like chisels and axes and things that are sharp. And that's what creativity can come from with swords. You use a sword to cut something, and it turns into new items. So we have these clouds in the background. So this is really all about like ideas about that creativity. Now we also see here that we see the direction of these trees. They're blowing in the opposite direction of this knight, right? And the knight is usually about like taking action, moving forward in a positive stance. And he doesn't care the fact that the air is moving in one direction against him. He's still moving forward, and he's going head on. Now, what does this really mean? So, I'm taking these swords as a male figure, right? Because we have masculine, but I could be wrong on this. I need to draw some more cards to really get a better idea. But it's leading here to where you're faced with some decisions, and these decisions are kind of tiresome to you. Because in order for you to make these decisions, then you can finally, come with the creative. But I feel that, you have 2, 4, and 10, 11, 12, 13. I think it's 13. Yeah. Kind of like I have a heartbeat. You have, well, not really. You actually have 2 evens and an odd here, but I feel that there's some type of conflict, a conflict in decision, and I'm not really satisfied with what's going on here. Your things are kind of being handed to you, and that's why you have to make these decisions often. Things are being handed to you with these thoughts, not just handed to you, but maybe it's just coming up into your head. This keeps conjuring up, and then in order for you to once you get that done, then you can finally move forward. But let's get some more cards here to kind of get a better understanding of what's going on. Yeah. So, Laura, I think the direction of what these cards are going for is something about yourself. Something comes to mind to me, which is direction. I think that you might be you're struggling with direction in your life. I'll get to these cards in just a second. I just want to make sure that I'm reading this right. And are you guys still with me? Because I'm not seeing any activity here in the chat. It still says I'm live. So yeah, okay. So let's I'm gonna continue with these cards here real quick. Make sure that what I'm saying here. And you're more than welcome to tell me if I'm wrong with this as well. Yeah. I think this is like an inner self question here that you're asking, that you're wanting to get clarity on. I think that you're wanting to find like a sense of not I want to say purpose, but you really need to get like you want to know what your direction is in life. Like and this is something I kind of struggle with too. Like, when somebody asks me, what do you want in your life? And I kind of say I don't know. And it's that loss of direction. Um and the reason why I say that, because here we have the Seven of Wands. We see this person here in a very defensive stance, and this person is kind of surprised by this too. And I think when you kind of got approached by this question, you also might have been surprised to find out that you really actually don't know what you want in your life, even though you've been already working for your life. Um, um, you've been working the job day in, day out. You're providing, it doesn't really say anything about providing stability, but you're definitely working the 9 to 5. And you want to know more about your direction in life. Like, what is this really going to lead to? Like, what's your plan and stuff like that? And I think you were caught off guard when you thought about that, or when that question came to you. And you probably got defensive about that too, because that's what the Seven of Wands about. You notice that he has one shoe that's different size than the other, and that's usually kind of maybe a sign that he was kind of startled and surprised by this attack against him, because he's sitting there in a defensive stance, right? So, but I don't think more defensiveness. To me, my feelings are saying it's more about the surprise, about the fact that you're not seeing a purpose here. And the reason why I say that, also you have the Four of Wands. The Four of Wands in reverse, or at least upright. If we look at it upright, kind of pretend you're looking at it upright here. You have these four wands all stand together, and again, 4 is about stability. Always think about that, right? Like, you need 4 walls to create a house. We have these people in the background kind of celebrating. You got this beautiful wreath kind of connecting these wands together, and they're celebrating of an accomplishment. But even with this accomplishment, it usually means that there's still work involved in order to continue forward, so you not to forget what you're going through. But the thing is, there's no sense of accomplishment here. With this reverse, you're still working at it. And then you have the Star. The Star is about your faith, about you're free to be vulnerable as much as you want, right? Because we have the naked woman here, right? And she's pouring water into a river, into a lake, and she's also pouring one on earth, right? And what that means, if this was upright, the fact that her foot's over water and the other parts on land, it's about knowing that you need to keep yourself grounded while also being in touch with your emotions. But with this reverse, there's a lack of faith here, maybe like a type of emptiness, because we have, if you also notice here in this this cup behind her, it splits out into 5 different paths, or 5 different little streams here, and that's usually the signs of like the 5 different senses in your body. And the reason why we also say faith here, because if you think of this in a biblical sense, like in the story of Jesus, how he made able to walk on water, and her foot just happens to be sitting just on top of the water, not inside it, but sitting on top of it. So again, that kind of focuses about the whole faith, having faith in something, right? And she's just pouring her emotions into it because that's what she believes in. And with this reverse, especially with this reverse right here, there's an emptiness here. And it kind of makes sense a little bit, because you also have these swords here, which are kind of cold. You have this one right here that's, about, kind of being bored with the fact that these things are coming to you. And then we have these other 3 cards here that kind of appeared. We have the 3 of Pentacles. Now, this is usually it's about teamwork, because you have a person here who's kind of like, working. He's sitting on top of the bench trying to reach something, working, either cleaning or building something. And you have these other 2 kind of showing the plans to this person, right? And they're working in this cathedral sort of type housing here, but it's really about teamwork. But I feel that you're lacking teamwork as well, or you feel that there's no teamwork involved with what you're doing. That aloneness again. And it's kind of funny how we said this, sitting alone here. We have one person sitting alone here, one person sitting alone here, You have one person here, but this isn't a story. But you have these ones that are kind of alone. This person is defending himself alone. You have this person right here alone. Like, I really feel like, at least that's what my intuition is saying. This is what my feelings are kind of drawing attention to. I feel that there's like a type of emptiness, and I hope I'm not hitting too close to home where it's making you too sad. I'm feeling some really heavy emotions right now, and it's okay. And if I am wrong about this, please let me know. I like to try to make some sense of this, but no teamwork. And then you have the Hierophant. Now, the Hierophant, not necessarily a leader of the people, but a leader of an organization. The Hierophant is almost like the Pope. You can think of it that way, because you see him sitting on a throne. He's holding this staff with these crosses on it, right? These 3 levels of crosses symbolizing different religions. And these 2 like monk type figures down here at the bottom with these 2 keys in front, like this person. And also the fact that the hand, he's doing like this gesture, right? Usually we think that when you see people doing this, like, oh, there must be a holy figure, when really this actually means you're pointing to the heavens with these 2 fingers, and you're pointing to the earth with these two things, like the universe with these 2, earth with these 2 things. So you're trying to bring that balance to you, right? So the Hierophant's really about spiritual leadership, things like that, taking on to your spiritual values. But I think that I don't know if it's really about spiritual values with you, but it really, there are some values that you feel that are probably missing. Again, the faith, values of your faith, boredom of the emotions, or the creativity, or these things that are coming to you, that are being fed to you, the teamwork. The one thing that you said, and I actually said this earlier too, that you that you are hardworking. You're doing the 9 to 5. So with this 2 of Pentacles here, you have a person that's kind of dancing, right? I mean, he's kind of just like like look what I'm doing, kind of thing, right? Like he's dancing around, frolicking, not really frolicking, but he's just like, how can I say it? He's really busy. He's not still on his feet. He's balancing the pentacles, and these are like earthly possessions. It could be money, work, or whatever, right? But these are earthly possessions, like realistic things. And he's balancing it, and he, it's in perfect balance with him, because they happen to be wrapped with the infinity symbol here, right? With this green band going around it. And with those bands around it, he has perfect stability. And we also even see in the background these large waves with these ships, of these emotions, and the passions. Like, it's a symbol that, things are, very chaotic, but even within the chaotic space, he's, got the good balance on this. Let's see here. Yes, been feeling alone. Also had a very odd spiritual experiences that I cannot explain after death of a friend, and only a bit of support around that. But I believe them to be real. Yes, very busy all the time, work. Yeah. So I'm giving some people some readings on here. That's my mom. She's kind of sitting watching me doing these things on the side. But yeah. We're spending some holidays together, and it's been a good holiday. But anyhow, yeah, you are able to work. You do have the stability here, but these signs here are showing that there's something missing. And the fact that you mentioned about your friend passing, I'm really so sorry to hear about that. My deepest condolences, because I definitely know what it's like. And Julia says hi. Oh, she went to the room already. But Laura, I've been surrounded by that so many times. Bacon, come here. So I know exactly how that feeling is. But I say this all the time to everybody here so far, that in darkness, and there's always darkness to light, right? But darkness is not always a bad thing, because in the darkness, Once your eyes adjust, you can see the stars, right? Telescopes need darkness to see the stars and do their science work. So even though your friend's death has brought some type of darkness to you, there's going to be some stars illuminating your way pretty soon. So let's get some more clarity. Let's get some answer cards here. I like to have my answer cards upright. Okay, so we have the King of Pentacles here. Now, this is kind of interesting on this, and especially seeing that this is about emptiness. But we'll see where this goes. But to kind of tell the stories here, we have the King of Pentacles, and we see this king full of life around him, the growth of fruit, of everything around him. He has a huge castle. He has the pentacle just sitting gently on his lap, right? And he's just looking down upon it, right? This is symbol of having everything, he has everything that he's there for, it's not really hard work or anything like that, but it's just like he's got everything, realizing that he has everything, right? And it's funny I'm saying that because I think I know where I want to go with this. Then you have this right here, the Six of Pentacles. You're showing a guy holding on to a scale here. You have two what looks to be like a homeless or needy people, right? One in yellow, one in blue. Yellow is usually about like this golden color, usually about thought, and then you have blue as the emotion. You need to feed into thoughts and emotion. And it's also about and that's one thing about going about it. Earth Angel, welcome. Please don't keep please keep your questions to yourself. There's a way we can ask these questions, and we'll definitely explain it to you. Okay, but welcome. But with this Six of Pentacles here, it's about it's almost like a charity kind of thing, but it depends on how we view this. It doesn't mean like you have to go out and start doing charity work and stuff like that. Like you can do you, but with your earthly possessions, and this could be like your education, the way how you work on things, you need to come up with a balance of giving something to your thoughts and to your emotions, because maybe you're not doing that enough to where you need to start doing that for yourself. And then you have the magician. The magician here, he's pointing to the universe and he's pointing to the earth, but he is the creator. Oh, I need to go check on my rose. I'm sorry, the alarm just went off. But to kind of finish my thought here about this real quick, and I'll get to my rose and I'll be able to answer what this is all about. He's the creator of the one thing that's almost impossible for us humans to come up with, and that's the thought of the need that how can I say it? Coming up with the thought that we need in order to proceed, right? Because before the project happens, how can you come up with a thought unless the task is at hand? And that's what the magician is about. Like, he creates these things. And you notice on the table here that he has the pentacles, the cup, the sword, and the wand. He's the creator of all these things, and he's covered with all this life, all of this abundance, flowers, and everything around him with the infinity symbol on him. So I'm about to take a quick 3-minute break here just to go check on my oven here because the alarm is going off. But I think the direction of what this is going for is, realizing what you actually have. I don't think that you know what you have. And I think with the King of Pentacles, it's about understanding that you have everything. Everything is there. I'm going to draw a couple more cards about that to get more clarification. I'll be right back. Let's put a love card. Let's put a love stone. Okay. So, yeah. See that emptiness? See, we're talking about emptiness here, and you kind of, expressed that, you know, that there's something lacking here. And I think that right now you need to come to a realization that you do have everything that you need. Everything is there for you. You probably just didn't realize it. And it's probably actually, plain as a nose on your face at that answer. You probably need to do a little bit of digging to find that. But oh no, Peter, I'm sorry to hear about that. Keep your questions to yourself. There is a way how we can how we actually go about this process. We do welcome you, and if I have time, I'll definitely try to get to your question about your cat. But here with the pentacles, bring the balance to yourself and realize that everything is there for you. Everything is there. You have everything. Everything is there for you already. And only you can create that, right? And when I say that, what I mean by that is like only you are able to, bring a realization to these things, right? And that's what I see about this magician. Like the magician is a creator, and you yourself are probably very creative, and you probably need to get into something a little bit more creative to help, understand a little bit about your path and your journey. But it's there. There's things there for you already. And let's just draw a couple more cards. I'm gonna draw just maybe, I don't know, 2. Well, let's see. Laura M. Oh no, I have to go with this. 2 cards. Yes. Okay. So my feelings are telling me this is sort of like a future past kind of thing, or future present. I don't know why it's backwards, but that's how I see it. But you have the Temperance card here. This is about balance, and we notice that almost like the Star card, he's standing on top of the earth and he has his toe in the water, right? So it's about knowing that you need to keep yourself grounded and be in touch with your emotions, right? Bring balance to your emotions. Same thing what we saw here. Bring balance to your worldly, to like your earthly possessions, with your thought coming to your thoughts and to your emotions. What those earthly possessions are, it could be like pampering yourself a little bit, or kind of going through things that gives you harmony or gives you value. There could be value. It could be things that money can't buy, like a possession of something your friends that keeps you balanced, or keeps you remembering that person, like something like that. Just realize that you have everything's, you have everything. You're not missing anything at all. You're not really empty. You believe that you're empty, but you really are not. And and this is not, the cards are not saying this, but I think her energy, your friend's energy, and I'm not exactly sure if it's her or he, but it immediately said her. Your friend's energy is definitely with you. I personally at this moment don't feel her presence with me, like that. So, I can't say for certain, but I'm pretty positive that your friend's energy is with you, and whatever the experience also that you've came across, like you mentioned that you had an experience, an odd spiritual experience, temperance, balance. I think it's about finding that balance, because notice how the water is magically transferring from one cup to another, and I think right there, that's your connection, your experience that you had. It's a male. Oh, I'm really, really sorry to hear about that. But yeah, find the balance there. Keep yourself balanced with the earth and the water, because in the background we have the light. Now the swords here, the 10 of swords, usually that means a bittersweet ending kind of thing, right? We show a guy here that, he's laying there with swords in his back, obviously dead, right? But, he is covered with a cloth. So there's some respect with this death. And this could be your friend Sam. It's a bittersweet, and I say it's bittersweet because usually in this card you have all this darkness up here, right? Right? That's like your dark times. And whatever this ending is, it was a very painful ending. But there's light at the end of the tunnel here. You have the sun coming out, right? But with this card reversed, though, my feelings are usually it can mean that there's the ending has already come, but there's still a long ways to go before you see that light at the end of the tunnel. And to me, I think that these two communicate with each other, because if you don't fix this balance within you, you're not going to see that light at the end of the tunnel. And in order to fix this, in order to get that balance for yourself, just notice you have everything for you. You have, I don't want to say what you do and don't have, only you know that. But you do have things for you that work with you, and it's everything that you really need to move on and bring, show some balance on these earthly things. Like, it could be like balancing out your schedule, your day, and things like that. Like, balancing these things out, and then creating the moment. So on Christmas Day, and I bought Vinny Christmas presents too. I saw him die in a premonition 1 year before he died by his own hand. Oh no. Jeez. That would definitely explain this card here. Very painful death. But there's definitely a lot of respect in it because it's your friend. Another thing too is like, it's funny that you're mentioning this by his own hand, because his hand, he's doing this, right? So again, it's like a sign of respect for this particular person. That this death is not just like, as you mentioned, it's not like, this is probably definitely obvious, right? But I'm not trying to do cold reading here, but it's a respectable death. And the reason why I say respectable, because people knew him. It did create a stir at some point. I mean, yeah, things like that, like what's called suicide. People have different meanings of saying, like, either because it's selfish or just something else. I personally say that he probably definitely had some issues that he wasn't able to work out, and he only found that death was the only answer. And but it's definitely, there was a lot of respect given to this person, so yeah, just find the balance in yourself, Laura. I give you positive energy, I with the white light that surrounds us and the love in my heart. I wish, universe, that you can give Laura the balance that she needs. Please give her the balance and the clarity that she needs, with the intention of helping, with the intention of good love, fortune, spiritual guidance, and happiness. Please help her find the balance. So, Julia, I really hope this was helpful. And this was definitely one of the deepest ones I've ever felt on a connection like that. So, okay. Whew. Oh, Lord. Let me cleanse that deck real quick, because that was really deep. Okay, let me look at my list here. All right. Learn to learn. I don't know if that person's here, but let's see here. I had Laura. Okay, and I think after Laura, or at least I think Allison was first, and then it was Phantom Punk, and then it's O. And then it was Earth Angel. Earth Angel, Earth Angel, will you be mine? My darling dear, love you all the time. I'm such a fool in love with you. Okay, enough singing. I don't want to scare the spirits away. Just kidding. Oh, I'm sorry, Juliet. Did you want it back on the list? Let's see here. Oh, let's see here. Okay, Juliet, you were before O. So this is my list. I have I can't copy and paste. Good Lord. Feature request, Google, give me a cue. All right, this is my my list here. I have Allison, I'm sorry, one is Allison, 2 Phantom Punk, 3 Juliet, 4 O, 5 Earth Angel, 6 Peter. Why do I keep thinking Peter V as in Peter Venkman from Ghostbusters? If I'm right about that, you get brownie points. Okay. So the first one I have here is Allison. And I really do apologize if I'm butchering the list here. I'm doing the best I can to keep this organized. But Allison, are you there? Going once? Going twice? All right. Allison, I'm sorry. I have to move forward. I'm not seeing anything from you. So Peter, we have to wait our turn. Sorry. You know what I'll do? Here, I'll just give you a yes and no. If you just want a yes and no, I'll just give you one, okay? So here's a yes and no for you. And this is just very quick. I'm not even putting a whole lot of energy to it, so this might even be correct. You have High Priestess is 2, Queen is odd, even. So actually, you got 2 even cards right here. So maybe yes, you'll actually get to see your cat soon. So those are usually how I do my tarot yes and no's. Okay. Still, you have number 6. Okay, Phantom Punk, you're up next. Phantom Punk. How can I get this to work with me here? Oh, okay. That kind of works. What? Okay, you're still here. Perfect. Okay. So, in case you haven't heard the process, I don't like, or I request that you don't ask your questions in the chat because I really truly believe in intuitive reading. I truly believe in the galaxy that can help provide these answers or the questions to me because I don't like to taint or become biased towards readings. Okay, so this is how. Let's see here. I just want to make sure I got this in view so I know where I can put my cards at. Move this stapler. No. Oh, you actually. Oh, good. You deleted because I actually didn't see the chat, so you're good. All right. I think this looks actually a lot better, you guys. Don't you think? Oh man, I'm so excited. All right. Okay. So take a deep breath. Just listen to my voice. Take a deep breath. Now you're tossing your stone. You're on a lake. The lake is smooth, it's tranquil, and it's completely beautiful. You're at peace. The water shows the reflections of everything around the mountains, the treescape, everything. In your hand, you hold a pebble. That pebble is your question, and the water is the universe. Throw the rock, which is your question, into the water and watch those ripples expand. Those ripples is the energy reaching to me. Okay. I actually have to go check on something, something in the oven. I want you to focus on throwing that rock into the water, and I'll be right back. I'm sorry. Just give me like one more minute here. I appreciate your patience. Okay, I'll definitely come back. Just got stuff cooking in the kitchen. Just want to make sure that everything gets cooked correctly. So I'll be right back. All right. Thank you so much um, for your patience, everybody. I really appreciate it. Okay, so I feel like I need an energy boost here. So let's go ahead and burn some incense real quick. You guys are free to talk. It's okay. Yeah? You guys are free to talk. It's okay. I have my family join me in the room with me here, and as always, just like my dog, they all give me positive energy and guidance. So they'll definitely help me out. All right, Phantom Punk. Got some incense burning here. All right. So, you threw that pebble into the lake, right? Your question. Okay. All right. Go ahead and throw your pebble back into the lake one more time to help get that question out to me. Breathe in. Okay. Is it the incense? I'm sorry. One more second, please. I'm having a little situation here, so 1 second, please. I'm sorry. I'll definitely get back to you, Phantom Punk. Just dealing with a little quick emergency here, and I'll be right back with you. Okay? Thank you. Okay, guys. Thank you very, very much for your patience. So, Phantom Punk, are you still with me there? And I do appreciate you guys' patience with that. So, um, Phantom Punk. Okay. All right. So, all right. Go ahead and cast your stone one more time, please. Okay. Cast your stone one more time and concentrate on that question. All right. Angel cards it is. All right. Okay. So, add some chaos to my cards because what do I usually say? I usually say to have some order, you need to have a little chaos. So, all right. Okay, there we go. All right. Okay, universe. Okay, universe. Let's see what Phantom's question is. Show me your Phantom's question. Okay. So here's the story behind these cards. Now, the stories that follow these cards are relevant to the Rider-Waite deck. And 14 bounce card is also known as the Temperance card in the Major Arcana. And this is really about finding balance. Now, you might see some descriptions at the bottom. Sometimes it does relate to it, but I'd like to go with more of the traditional story and based on my intuition. But really what this balance is about is you may see it here. He's holding two cups and water's flowing in between the two cups like a magical experience. Water is also a sign of emotions, a sign of a relationship and feelings. He's also surrounded by these blue flowers, which is also another sign of feelings. Then he's standing 1 foot on top of the ground and 1 foot right above the water. A symbol saying that you need to be grounded as well as being in touch with your emotions. Now, we're also greeted here with the 10 of air. Now, the air is represents to the sword, right? And usually the sword and air is about communication. Communication, conflicts, things like that, and even creation, depending on how the story is being told. But the 10 of air, now this is somewhat of a kind of a not really difficult one per se. It's just that the 10 of air in the Rider-Waite deck usually means about difficult, bittersweet endings, right? It usually is a story about a man who's laying on the ground. You know, he's covered halfway with the cloth to kind of symbolize that there was some type of, you know, some type of respect, and he happens to be stabbed by the 10 swords. Well, it's definitely, you know, a kind of a, you know, oh, no problems, Phantom. My connection is really slow. You know, not slow, but there is a delay, definite delay. So, you know, no apologies needed. But with that said, though, with the 10 of air, it's usually about bittersweet endings because usually even when death, you know, in the card, it shows a lot of blackness in it, you know, like black clouds and like that, as if like it's a really bad ending. But in all bad endings, there's usually like light at the end of the tunnel. So there's light at the end of the tunnel with this. Now with the 10 of air being reversed, what my intuition usually says, and there's different meanings about being reversed, and how I see it is that there's definitely, you know, a painful experience here, coming to an end, but it really hasn't come, like it's come to an end, but you're not really seeing the light at that tunnel just yet. um, and then we have the Seven of Earth. Now, the Seven of Earth is about the story about this person. He's kind of standing there with a rake, and he's looking at like this bush with all these pentacles, because that's what the earth represents, is the pentacles. And he's kind of like looking at the work that he's done, and that he's kind of appreciating the work that he's done and where he's got to, right? So it's like a type of stability. But excuse me. Excuse me. With this, it also shows about like having goals. Like you're having a future. What's the word I'm looking for? Like you're seeing your goals with the fruits of your labor, right? Now, with these together, I'm sensing like a type of struggle here. Not physically, but more emotionally. You are definitely a balanced type person, but there's been some type of conflict here. Some type of, again, that bittersweet where, it has already happened, but this issue that's going on right here is that it's really fresh, and you kind of don't see the light at this tunnel, even though you're trying really hard to stay balanced, like, especially with a major arcana card, that's like saying something, because usually there's other cards that also talks about balance, but you have this one right here where you're kind of like reminding yourself, stay balanced, just stay true to yourself, stuff like that, despite the fact of what has happened here. And then it's kind of working out because you are working hard, because with the earth, like the pentacles, it's like earthly possessions. It could be job, it could be money, it could be like a knowledge, education, things like that, something you've obtained. But with the Seven of Earth along with the Ten of Air, like the earth and the air cards are kind of conflicting in a way. Usually if it's the other way around, where if it's earth and then air, that makes more sense because the earth is providing the air. But we have the air blowing to the earth. It's almost like a storm, right? And usually when we see air rustling those trees, the trees move around, and then sometimes it turns to a storm. But this one's kind of a little bit of a confusing one, because we have stability here as somewhat and goal setting with your balance, but you're suffering some type of bittersweet. Now, I'm not saying it's like a death or something like that, but there's something definitely bothering you. So let's look at a different card. That's my two dogs. All right, let's see here. What is this question about? Hold on to it. So here's the thing. You have the Wheel of Fortune, right? And the Wheel of Fortune is surrounded by the four elements of the earth. You have earth, wind, fire, and water, right? And then you have this portal with this angel kind of sitting in the middle. And usually this is like a sign of luck, right? It's like positive changes and things like that. Ooh. There we go. That's what this usually means. You also have another air card that happens to be reversed. Now, the Four of Air, the story that usually tells about this one, because it's another sword card, it usually depicts about a person kind of like he's laying on a bed, right? He could either be dead or he could be passed out, but he's laying in on a type of stone, right, with his hands kind of perched like this, right? And in the background, there's like some, stained glass windows, which kind of maybe indicate that it might be some type of death with this person. It might be in a church, but he's at peace. He's resting in peace, and so to speak. And usually that card just means that, with everything that's going around, that you should probably have some rest, right? Take a break, or take a breather, relax what's going on. And that's kind of what's indicating with this, this picture of these horses here. You have one horse kind of resting with all these other things going around it, but we have this reversed again, which to me is like you're very active. Like, again, you're dealing with this issue, whatever is going on here, and you can't relax. And I think it's funny how these two actually line up perfectly. And you have these two other major arcanas, and you have this one right here along with the High Priestess and the Seven of Earth. But it's like you have the 10 of Air and the 4 of Air, and the conflict continues because you can't. It's not allowing you to relax. It's not allowing you to relax. Although you have like these things around you that's is super positive. You have like all this positivity surrounding this issue. Balance. You're keeping yourself focused. Your earthly possessions, maybe your job, is helping you keep that balance and keeping this in control. You have positive energy, good luck, along with the High Priestess. The High Priestess is about intuition, right? You're having because there's the Magician, which is the one card, right? The Magician is about creating the idea that you need in order to proceed forward with the project. And then the High Priestess comes in and provides the ingenuity, the intuition that you need to help that creativity move forward. And what I'm seeing here, and this is what my feelings are telling me, that you have these things here that you hold value to yourself and the things that are helping you, keeping this in control. Now, what is your question about this? At least this is what I'm feeling. Let's see here. Let me get a couple more cards because this one's a little bit odd. And please feel free to tell me if I'm wrong, because then we can make some sense out of these cards here, right? Ace of Earth, another Major Arcana, Justice, and 5 of Water. My feelings are telling me here, this is not really much of a question towards an issue. I feel like that maybe this question is just really kind of like learning more about yourself, perhaps. Because I'm not really seeing much direction, actually. It's funny because I'm seeing here. I'm seeing just like things just kind of like telling a story about something. It's not really giving me the conflict. It's not giving me the reason of the conflict and things like that. I think really you're really just trying to, I guess, get more in tune with yourself, get a little bit more knowing about yourself in terms of like what you're dealing with and things like that. Mom, can you pull out the vegetables out of the oven, please? Am I heading on the right path there with that, Phantom? Because I'm seeing here you have the Ace of Earth. Ace is usually about a starting point, right? And it's the Ace of Pentacles, usually what this is about. And usually with the Ace of Pentacles, it's showing a divine figure handing out a pentacle with a gateway of some sort at the very beginning, showing like new opportunities, right? Then you have the Justice card, which is about seeing fairness. It's about fairness, getting what you deserve, kind of thing. And then you have the 5 of Water, which is about like crying over spilled milk in a way. And I don't. It's more like telling. It's just with me. It's like it's telling a story about who you are more than an actual issue. Is that making sense, Phantom? Or am I on the right track with this? Because this is kind of like what I think it is. It's like you probably threw that stone in there in that water, and it's like I like to get like a reading about myself. Like, can I get some clarity? And I'll give you some time to answer on that. But while I'm giving you some time to answer on that, with these new cards that are here, you're not really looking for new opportunities. I mean, definitely you welcome them, but there's none there. Sometimes you feel things are maybe unfair with these opportunities, perhaps, or unfair with you. And even though this is about crying over spilled milk, I think with you, it's almost like, I think it's more like it's water on the bridge, right? So like the issue has happened. Like if an issue actually happened with you, then you'd be like, oh yeah, it's water on the bridge at this point. Like who cares, right? I think that's kind of like what this is kind of saying. Like again, it's more like kind of maybe telling a story about your character, Phantom. Is Phantom still with us? Oh, okay. I'll just chat with you here. Yeah. Um, Now that that's a little more clear, let's get more cards here down. All right. So yeah. Oh. All right. Yeah, that'll do it. How about your friend's internet connection? Okay, so um, let's get a few more cards out here to kind of, I think we're hitting the tip of the iceberg a little bit. So let's just hit some more cards here. So I'm gonna cut the deck. Interesting. Again, you have more. Yeah, this is pretty interesting. So you have more air cards reversed, and um, and I just find that very interesting here because again, the conflict with the rest, right? The King of Air is about being a natural born leader, and I feel that maybe that's something you don't want. Like, I think you're more. I think you're like more like a bee. I think you're more like a worker bee, so to speak. Like you don't want that. Like you don't care about these new opportunities, kind of thing. Like I don't mean that in a bad way. It's just like you don't really care about, you know, about having new opportunities to come present to you because you're happy with what you have. At least that's what my feelings are telling me. You don't want to have to deal with, justice, like, making decisions and that, what's fair, what works and what doesn't work. And then you have the Five of Water, where, again, you don't really dwell on the issue. You're more like, like, again, this is about crying over spilled milk. So, like, for example, if, it can be as traumatic as maybe, I don't know, oh, you hit my car. Okay, well, let's just get this fixed and let's get it done. You just move on your way, kind of thing. I won't say it's that traumatic, but I guess it's more like, maybe somebody like just kind of bumped your car, I guess, not like a huge fender bender or something, but somebody maybe bumped your car. You might get a little upset by it, but you can easily get over it, something like that, and be like, okay, exchange information. I really like it going, kind of attitude, And then you have these ones. You really don't seek leadership, right? Usually the King of Air is about, being like a really focused, creative leader. That's not something you really want. And you also, the Queen of Air is kind of the same thing, about compassion towards your creativity. You're compassionate about the way things that happen around you. Things like that. Like, you are compassionate, but with this right here, it's just like you don't let those emotions really come to you like that. Like, you really don't really focus on that, because I guess it's more like, just like this, you don't want to be the leader. You just kind of want to be by yourself. Like, maybe something might have happened, right? Like, for example, you have the Eight of Air, right? And like, this right here is not really like a tied story or an issue. Like, again, it's like telling a story of what you are, because the Eight of Air is about the story about this is like the person being tied and bound with the eyes covered, stranded on the beach and covered around with swords. And what happened here is that, the person's standing over like puddles of water, which is like a little bit of the emotion. So this person actually has to kind of figure out how to get out of this predicament, right? And that's what you like to do. You like to think. You like to figure out how to get you out of the issue. You don't care about, like the, what's the word I'm looking for? Like the work politics. You don't get tied up into that. You don't want to be a matchable board leader. You just want to be that worker bee that kind of does your job, that, you're able to use your creativity to do your job. Because I'm that way, that particular. Like, I had a supervisor job once and I totally turned it down. I don't like it because it's all about meetings, controlling people, telling them what to do. I'm more of a designer, and I am a designer in my work, but I like to create things, and I'd rather just somebody be my boss instead of me being somebody else's boss. So let me draw like maybe 3 more cards for you, like maybe like something what you can do for yourself. So let's see here. What can you do for yourself here? You are getting these major arcana cards. So life experience card, usually that's about the Tower, and in the Rider-Waite deck, the Tower card is usually about sorrow, like a drastic change that really kind of made a drastic change to your life. But sometimes I see it in terms of making a change. It doesn't have to be super dramatic, but it's just, make some small changes to your life, because the Page of Water, the page in general, that's like a, the story behind pages in medieval times is like, you have a kid that got born into a a wealthy family or in a royal family, right? And this kid learns to serve the king and do the deeds to where he becomes a squire, and then even that learn to become the knight. But there's other things involved with the page since it's young, very energetic, willing to learn, a student of some sort, and of course creativity. Now with the page of water, because that's the same thing with cups, it's time for you to make a small change and learn more about yourself in terms of, like you mentioned earlier, this is really about knowing what you want and don't want, right? Make a life change experience where get in touch with your emotions. This is something kind of what I'm doing with my life too. Like I personally don't follow religion. I have been really very religious, but I do try to get into some type of spirituality, right? Which kind of helps me further understand more about my future, the things that I want and don't want. I think you should take on a path. You should start a path and learn to be more in touch with your emotions. And then the Four of Earth. The Four of Earth is about, kind of being stingy a little bit. It's like it's about four is like stability, and the Pentacles, which is Earth, is you're stable with your money, your job, and things like that. And usually this is about stinginess. Like you're so stable, you're not really going to do anything with it. And I think that's what this card is really talking about right here. You don't need to do anything about your job. There's nothing you really need to do about it. I think you may be content there, because again, like we saw back here, you had this Ace of Pentacles, the Ace of Earth, right? Reverse. This one right here. This was reversed, and this is all about new opportunities. But this is something you're really not really interested in. I think you need to get more in tune with nature, with the elements, with yourself and your emotions. You're really passionate about video games? Absolutely. And that's another thing too with this one, because pages, like I said, it's about creativity, right? And water can definitely also be about passion. Usually that's with the fire and the wands, but your desires can also be part of the water too. And so yeah, exactly. Your current job pays well, and that's what this Four of Earth is about. Like you're pretty stable with that one. There's no need to change, but you should really get into something different. Throw in a little something interesting for yourself that you will actually really enjoy. And that's what the whole page of water is really all about, right? Learning something about your emotions. What is it that's going to make your emotions happy? And if you have some interest in video games and stuff like that, there's a whole career about it. Not just about programming and things like that, but even product testing and all this other cool jazz. There's people on freaking YouTube that make a living with this stuff. They play video games and they get paid for it. Holy cow, right? So if they can do it, so can you. But that's what this is all about. I think this is what you need to do. Make a little life change for yourself. Get into something that you'd enjoy. And I really hope that was really helpful for you. Very, very interesting read on that one. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to go ahead and call it a night for now, and I really do apologize. I know you've all been waiting. I do take a while with these readings. Not really call it a night, but I will definitely be on maybe a little bit later, the next few hours. I just have dinner's ready. I need to be able to, get this plated and have a little, food to eat. But pay thousands to stream and share gameplay. Exactly. Like it's insane. Like. Holy cow. Phantom, it was definite pleasure. And to everybody else, it's definite pleasure. Let me see who's next here. Okay, there is Juliet O, Earth Angel, and Peter V. So I see Peter V has left. You want me to pull one card? Okay, you know what? Juliet, I'll definitely do that one for you. If you want me to pull one card, that's fine. You just want like a single card, maybe like you know what I can do for you? I can do a card of the day, a read of the day, okay? Since you're next, and you've been waiting very patiently. I know Earth Angel, you've been waiting patiently. Just if you like to subscribe, to see when I next come on, you're more than welcome to. As I definitely will be. I'll definitely will be doing this more often. This has been so much fun. So I'm going to use the Raider White deck, unless you prefer the Angel ones, or at least let me see which ones the universe would we use. Yeah, my right side's feeling heavy, so we're going to use the Raider White deck here. So. Okay, your reading of the day. So how I usually do it, I usually do like one single card and then 3 additional cards after that. It can be a past, present, future, but it's more like, just kind of telling the story of the day. The first card that I draw is usually like the subject matter, and then the story to follow after that. And then I'll give you your number of the day as well. Okay, Juliet, all right. So the card of the day, the Two of Pentacles. It's a duality. It's usually about like balancing your earthly possessions, again, your job, your money, things like that. And you got the oceans in the background that that pretty much tells a story that despite the fact that this person's juggling around this money freely and not going to worry how to drop it, there's always the emotions that's very busy in the background and stuff like that. So I feel like we're going to probably talk a little bit more about money here. So let's see what this has to talk about your daily read. Keep in tune with. All right. So we could probably see this as a past, present, future, but again, something to deal with maybe your job or money or something, earthly possession, things like that, education, knowledge, or whatever the case may be. You're going to be doing a lot of thinking here, a lot of it's going to be, you're definitely going to take an action on something. You're going to definitely move forward about it. It looks pretty positive about that. Page of Cups, not going to really affect you more on the emotional side of things. Just usually it's about creativeness, like I mentioned with Phantom. Page of Cups is usually about creativity, learning, being a student with your emotions, your desires, and stuff like that. And there's really not much desire here, and probably goals not going to be completed as much either. Like maybe you might have a goal set, but you have these two right here which are complementing each other. You have this with the earth and this with the air, right? So you have earth and then air, so you have earth providing the air, right? So you're going to have this, whatever this task, this objective that you're going to be doing, that you're going to be balancing on, you're going to be proceeding forward with that, whatever that project is. They're going to go head on with it. And you probably won't finish it that day, but I'm actually getting a sense of positivity with this one. I'm not feeling anything resentful or how can I say this? You're not really seeing anything that's gonna come as a conflict, perhaps. Do I see love in there? Well, let's take a look. Well, there is one emotional card here. I'm not coming up with anything love though. Again, we're hitting on the Pentacles, and then we're hitting this last card. Now, the Pentacles, again, possession. You have the Ten of Pentacles is about stability, but then this like you're worked really hard to get what you want, but it is reversed. And I mentioned earlier that if you kind of connect the dots with these pentacles, it kind of forms a cup almost. It is upside down, so I kind of see it as like maybe there's really nothing love like nothing about love in this particular day. You're gonna find. This right here, the Eight of Pentacles, it's like repetitive. You're kind of going through that day in, day out kind of thing. You are somewhat satisfied with that though, because you have this one here, the Nine of Cups. Now, this is usually like a 9 is like a completion, where 10 is like a new beginning sort of thing. But with the Nine of Pentacles, you see this gentleman here kind of sitting here with all these in a row, perfectly in line on top of a blue cape here, or a blue tablecloth, and he's just sitting there with content. Like, he's pretty happy with how things are going. But I think this right here is kind of an answer to your love question. Cups upside down. I don't think you're gonna really find love today. It won't be today. You're gonna keep going on with your task, keep going, and you might find it very repetitive with this one, but you're kind of satisfied with it. You can keep trucking on with it, but what you really are strong with though is the Two of Pentacles here, like this balance and stuff like that. And whatever this project is going to happen, you're going to proceed forward, and whatever that project is, it's not gonna be completed in one day. Let's see here. Let's just draw out 3 more cards, and then see what kind of has. We could probably see this as your present, your future, and let's see here. Let's see what this next one kind of says. I'm gonna have to wrap it up after that, and I'll give you your number. Okay, so you have the Temperance card. It's about balance. You need to find that balance within yourself, moving forward after today. Keeping in mind to they have the foot on land, the foot in water. So that's usually meaning that to keep yourself grounded, but still keep in touch with your emotional side. But you also have this nine of wands here. You have a person here kind of looking over his shoulder with a little headband on his head. Maybe he got in pain, maybe in a conflict of some sort, and he's just kind of looking at the work ahead of him that he has with these wands here, and he has this one last wand that he has to put up. So he's kind of like weary about whatever this path is right here. So don't let that stray you. Keep that balance. And then you have here the 5, 6, 7, 8 of Cups. And usually this story is about like kind of escaping your emotions. Yeah, like, because the thing is, like, you have these cups kind of lined up here, right? And there seems to be like one missing, and I think that's I think you kind of know what this missing cup is about, right? Because it looks fine at the bottom, but there's missing one cup here, and then it's like, okay, I kind of give up on this, and then he's kind of walking off, right? And then he's using the sun or the moon to light his path to move forward. So it's like kind of getting an escape from whatever's missing. You're trying to find the balance. You're kind of weary about what you need to do about the path, because you're looking for something, and then you're trying to find that escape, but you're not finding that escape very helpful, because you're going to come right back to it. So don't beat yourself too hard about this, Juliet. I mean, I know this one kind of maybe look a little bit, or not, I won't say gloomy, just like maybe not in the direction that you're looking for. But these other 2 decks, or these 2 spreads I put here, was more in towards the love question. But at the end of the day, you're still good with your money. You're balancing something out. And I'm thinking it's money, but it could be something else, something earthly possession. Remember, you're going to be very creative in terms of what this is all about. But is it going to be something that you're going to learn from it? No, not really. Are you going to complete it in a day? No, not really. So I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news. That's the thing about the Rider-Waite deck. It's very, very upfront. It's very brutal sometimes with its answers. But let's go ahead and get your number here real quick. So let's see here. Bring up my calculator. All right, so we got 2 plus night. Give me 1 second. Make sure I got the right number here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, yeah, 14 cards, right? So 14, 13, 12. So that's 3 plus 2 is 5. Plus 11, which is then 2. That's 7, right? So
shadows, like see spirits,
2.
especially standing by my bed.
I said 7, right? Good Lord. 14, 13, 12. That's 3 plus 5. Jeez. 5 plus 2. That's 7. Plus 4. 11. Reduce that to 2. Oh, interesting. So your 11 is actually a master number, which is actually a pretty good thing. I'm still trying to find the meaning of the number 11, but it's because of the fact that it's 2 single ones that can reduce down to 2. But this day turned out to be a number 11, but reducing that down to 2. And we got these other cards too, so we're going to go ahead and add these in as well, right? It's part of the reading. So you have 2, and 10 is reduced down to 1, so that's 3. 5, 6, 7, 8. 11, that's reduced down to 2. That's 9. Again, 11. You know what? I mean, that's a pretty good number. You're getting 11 again with this one. So 2. All right. Then you have 14. So that's 5. That turns into 7. Plus 9 is 16, reduced down to 7, and then you have 5, 6, 7, 8. So your number today is 6. And according to my notes, 6 in general is about 6 is about how can I say this? It's like a harmonious number, actually. 4 stability. 5, you're introducing a new number to that one, which can be some type of conflict. But the 5 and towards the major arcana card is resemblance to the Hierophant, whereas 6 is the Lover's card, which is really interesting because you're asking about lovers about your love life, right? Your daily number is 6, which is tied to the major arcana card number 6, which is the Lover's card. But in general, with my notes, let me pull this up here real quick. I can't believe I have my notes closed. 1 second. Okay. Number 6. So I'm going to give you a link to an article about the meaning of number 6, but in general, it's talking about like a type of harmony. Again, it's still balanced with love with the major arcana cards. So definitely take a look at this article here in regards to what the number 6 is about, which is your daily number, or at least your number of the day. And that's your daily reading for today, Juliet. I really hope you enjoyed that as much as I did. So everybody, I would like to thank you all for joining me today. It has been a definite pleasure. I definitely will be on later, probably after dinner, after, just to kind of, have a little more fun with this. Let my cards do some healing here, because there was a lot of energy through here, but you're very welcome. It's been a pleasure, everybody. Please like and subscribe. That's something very new for me to actually say. I'm really odd for me to say that, but hope you all have a happy holidays, and I will talk to you all soon. Namaste.